What's up, Earthrockers? It's me, Shovatar, back again to talk even more about Castlevania Symphony of the Night, because this game is so big and so complicated that uh, I have even more to say about it. And the Saturn version is particularly interesting. You have probably already noticed several differences with it if you're familiar at all with the PS1 version. For one thing, Alucard and Maria, and Maria is playable for one thing, and Alucard and Maria are both available from the beginning. And I have a lot to say, but something I'm going to say first is that I mentioned YouTube analytics at the end of my last Symphony of the Night commentary video, and I've learned that a sizable portion or a not insignificant portion of my traffic is apparently coming from Japan, which means Japanese people are, I guess, watching some of these videos. So even though the cutscenes in this version are going to all be in Japanese, I'm still going to not talk over them and let them play, I guess just in case anybody who understands Japanese is watching this and wants to hear the cutscenes. So I just want to explain why I'm not why I'm not going to be talking over them the way that I did in my Rondo video. This is a patched version of the Saturn release of Symphony of the Night. There are going to be some differences between what you're going to be seeing here in the footage and what you'd be seeing if you actually put a copy of this game into your Sega Saturn that you have and played it. One is that the title screen, I think, is in English. I think that's a addition to this patch. Another thing is that the patch, I believe, said it tried to cut down on the loading. And if you're wondering why nobody talks about the Sega Saturn version of Symphony of the Night, the loading is essentially the biggest reason. You also will notice that Richter looks different. He looks, I don't know. I don't really know how to evaluate this. If he looks more or less similar. You also might notice that the sky is visible above the ceiling, but I'm going to talk more about that in a bit.
滅びよここはお前の住む世界ではない私は自らの力で蘇るのではない欲深な人間どもによって蘇るのだ力が唯一の正義なのだからなそれはお前の勝手な言い草だ人々は同じ信念のもとで求め合い集いそして歩んでいくだが現に人間どもは欲望によって発展し信仰によって統率されてきたではないか人間は力だけでは統率できない敬い慈しむ心があるからこそ統率ができるのだくだらんどちらが正しいか死をもって分からせてやる
The Saturn version is very interesting for many reasons. One is that it has more content in it than the PS1 version. There's two entire zones and one entire boss that's present in the Sega Saturn version that's not present in the PS1 version. Technically four zones, because of course they have their reverse equivalents in the reverse castle. You can play as Maria. There's these new designs, so why isn't this the version that people recommend to be played? Why is this sort of like an afterthought? There are many answers to that question that I can present, and a lot of it's going to be speculative. And some of it's not going to be speculative. For one thing, the port was handled by a different team than the people who actually made Symphony of the Night, and they had some trouble, as many developers did, making the game work for the Saturn. You're going to see some of that right here with the game slowing down. And also there were problems with the sprites, as in the sprites in the original version, original Saturn port, were stretched, like they didn't fit the way that they should have. That's been fixed in this patch, but one of the consequences of the fix is that sometimes you're going to see the sky above the ceiling. You're going to see higher above and below than you should be able to, because they're trying to correct for the sprites being stretched in the original Saturn version. So that's one problem. Another problem is the loading, which you're going to see more of as it goes along. And I'm going to wait a little bit to talk about the specific changes and the specific new zones until we get to them. And I'm going to shut up again.
復活したドラキュラ伯爵はリヒター・ベルモンドにより倒されたしかしそれから4年後の満月の夜彼は
謎の失踪を遂げた。行方を追って当てのない旅に出たマリア・ラーネットであるが、道中行く先を示唆するかのようにある事件が発生した。伝説では100年に一度しかよみがえるはずのないドラキュラ城が忽然と姿を現したのだ。時を同じくして一人の男にも異変が起きていた。彼の名はアルカール。かつてラルフ・シー・デルモンドと共に父であるドラキュラを滅ぼした男だ。彼は自分の呪われた血を断つために自らその能力を封印し、覚めることのない眠りについたはずだった。だがその眠りは妨げられ、汚れしふるさとが復活したことを知った。そして今さまざまな思いを抱き、宿命の魂がドラキュラ城に集う。闇に浮かぶ月だけが真実を知るのか。
I like that last little line about the moon, because that's not present in the PS1 version, but I think it should have been. I don't think you can be too melodramatic here. Another reason that... Oh, and I should mention this too. If you're wondering who Ralph C. Belmont is, that's what Trevor Belmont was originally called. In Akumajo Densetsu, which is the original Japanese version of Castlevania 3, he's called Ralph, and then when the time came to localize it, they changed his name to Trevor, I guess because they thought Ralph sounded too, I don't know, not a little bit too simple. Another reason, and this is in more of a modern context, as to why the Saturn version is not as popular, and actually I should wait to talk about the modern context to talk a little bit more about the historical viewpoint of this port, is that Iga himself said that he didn't like the Saturn port, that he felt it was not, that he wasn't really happy with it, he didn't like the way that it played, and I'm guessing that mostly has to do with the loading and with the fact that it was not really... The Saturn is just such a strange console. To swing back into the modern perspective, another thing that might make the game, this version of the game, tougher to get your mitts on is... Oh, hang on a sec.
これはアルカード様、一体何をしに参られましたか。知れたことだ。そこを引いてもらおう。未だ人間の味方をなさるか。我らの元に戻れとは申しませぬ。せめて手を引いていただきたい。それはできぬ相談だ。仕方ありませんが、この場は一旦退きましょう。今一度よくお考えくだされ。
the effect of the transparency effect of death flying away, not quite handled on the Saturn the way that it is in the PS1. If you're wondering who Iga is, I'm talking about Igarashi, the director. You probably know that if you know anything about Castlevania, but he's the guy behind most of the later Castlevania games, the Metroidvania style games, and I think he may have had some involvement in previous games too. I don't really know. I'm not totally informed on the behind the scenes stuff and who did what when in this series, but that's what I'm talking about. He said he didn't like it. The Saturn is a fucking bizarre console. It's a 32-bit console, which I'm fairly sure neither the... Okay, here we go. So here's the problem. Every time you bring up the inventory screen, it has to, like, load. Same with the map screen. And this version of the game that I'm playing has a quality of life improvement where normally in order to get to the map screen on the Saturn, you would have to go to the inventory screen, then press up to get to the map screen. But in this patched version, you can just press up and pause right from gameplay to go straight to the map screen. So that's, but it also incurs another loading time, and that's really the biggest problem with the game. It's also harder in a modern context to sort of like get your hands on this game. Like Saturn emulation I mean, PS1 emulation, as far as I know, I'm not an emulator historian or anything. PS1 emulation has been around for a long fucking time. Saturn emulation was not really. I don't know the exact time frame. I know it took a long time for people to properly emulate Saturn games. And again, this is I'm venturing into a territory that I know very little about, but I think it has something to do with the hardware of the Saturn itself. Like it was difficult for people to figure out how to replicate it. And as a result, you don't have a bunch of really it's like super easily available Saturn emulators. I mean, they are easily available in the grand scheme of things. You don't have to do any like command line shit, but it's not like you can just go and there's like 3 different GBA emulators. You just download them, you just find the ROMs wherever you want, and then it just works. I am playing this on Mednafen, and I did have to download a separate Mednafen UI program in order for my caveman brain to operate it, because Mednafen actually is like a command line thing. Anyway, point is, it is slightly more difficult to play it, and it just hasn't been available on emulator for as long. And I mean, I don't know how many people fucking own a Sega Saturn anymore. I'm guessing it's not a very large number. So the fact that it's tough to emulate is, I think, relevant in terms of discussing its the level of familiarity people may or may not have with it. But the Saturn version, I almost didn't play it. Like, I'd played Symphony of the Night for so long, and I had to collect the PS1 footage like 2 or 3 times, and I collected a bunch of PSP footage, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do it again. But I thought, you know what? I'm so familiar with the game. I know the layout of the castle. I can close my eyes and visualize every room in the entire fucking game. I might as well just do it. My level of familiarity with Symphony of the Night is probably never going to be higher. But I also decided that I wasn't going to do fucking all 4 endings for it, like I was going to do for the PSP version and for the PS1 version, of course. And the reason for that is mostly just because the game is fascinating, frankly, but the moment-to-moment gameplay of it, because there's so much more loading, is problematic. And if this patch, if I'm remembering the patch, the README for this patch correctly, and this patch really did reduce the loading times, then the original loading times for the Saturn port must have been absolutely atrocious. I'm sure most emulated versions of games from that generation probably do something to cut down on load times, because I know the PS1 is slightly before my time. I didn't grow up with any consoles from that generation. Like I said, I'm a crypto zoomer, but it's my understanding that those early disc-based consoles like the PS1 had really just awful load times, and the load times at that point in general were a big problem. So that's another reason why the Saturn port was probably poorly received. Also, I can't believe I didn't mention this. Saturn port only released in Japan, not released in the United States. Hence the Japanese everything in this game, except for the title screen and the opening text crawl, which it must be a patch edition. So that's the basic gestalt on what this is and why most people don't talk about it, because it's hard to get a hold of, it has endemic problems, and the things that were added to it don't necessarily make up for all of the problems. And I'm gonna wait to talk about that until we get to them, because there are 2 new zones, but they're not super complicated or frankly that interesting. One thing I am going to mention is that Alucard's magic bar is different. You'll notice that it's red instead of blue. I don't know what that's all about exactly. Something that bothers me about Symphony of the Night is that I was happy that the holy water was good again, but Symphony of the Night did what one of the best things about Rondo of Blood, and Dracula actually did this too, which I don't like Dracula X but it made some of the same good decisions as Rondo did. They made the axe really good in Rondo. In Symphony of the Night, the axe doesn't do that much damage, and it's rendered obsolete by Tetraspirit, which is the thing that I did to kill Slogra and Gaben back there. Yeah, the Saturn version, I had to like, I don't know, I never emulated anything that was more complicated. That was as complicated as this to emulate, and I want to say I had some controller issues. Yeah, I did. I had a hell of a time trying to get Mednafen to set up my controller inputs. I'm remembering this now because I was trying to use the UI, the separate GUI that I downloaded to utilize with Mednafen because it had like a built-in thing that was supposed to do it, but it just wasn't fucking working. Like I would put in my inputs and then it just like would forget them and it wouldn't work. So eventually I didn't use the GUI for it. I just used Mednafen directly to set up the inputs and then it worked. So if anybody out there wants to play this version of the game and get Mednafen, don't bother fucking with any external programs to try to set up your inputs. Just use the actual program to do it, because it's not that hard. The game, you press some combo of buttons after the game starts, and then it walks you through what would you like to correspond to this button, what would you like to correspond to this button, and I had to relearn. I had to figure out what the original Saturn buttons were, because the Saturn controller, of course, is laid out very differently from the PS1 controller. The Saturn has a lot of different controllers. Some of them are fucking wacky looking. The Saturn is such a strange console to me. This is not a joke. I don't think I even really understood that the Saturn existed until like 3 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I must have known about it at some point because I'm a big angry video game nerd fan, or I guess I was when I was a kid, and I watched his stuff, and he talks about Saturn games, so I must have known at some point in time that the Saturn existed, but then I just kind of like forgot. Like I was like, oh yeah, Sega like made a console that was like not the Dreamcast and not the Genesis. I like forgot. So, and now I know why. It's because most of its library, it seems like, was not released outside of Japan. Then maybe not most of it, maybe that's an exaggeration, but a good chunk of it, and because emulation for it was tricky and took so long to get going. And I'm sure you could there are people who out there who know a lot more about that than I do. So if you're interested to know why exactly the Saturn was so weird, there's plenty of videos about that out there that I have information that I don't, and knowledge that I don't. When I was a kid and I wanted to like play Earthbound, because I saw, oh, I should be quiet actually.
待ちなさい。あなた、闇の力を持ってるわね。見たところ人間のようだけど、この城に来た目的は何？
この城を消すことだ。
私と同じね。その言葉、信じてあげるわ。私マリア、あなたは？
アルカードだ。
不愛想なのね。まあいいわ。生きてたらまた会いましょう。それじゃ、失礼。
Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I was saying when I was a kid and I saw NES in Super Smash Bros. And I wanted to play Earthbound, I set up an SNES emulator when I was like, or did I do it, or did I don't remember. But the point is that I understood how to operate one when I was like really young, so it was very simple. I don't think 10, 11-year-old me could necessarily navigate Mednafen. Not that it's super complicated. Like the fact is that I'm just stupid. Like a lot of these, if anybody out there really has some game that you want to emulate, don't let any kind of complexity intimidate you. All this shit can be figured out. You just have to put in the time and the effort to do it. Although it's hypocritical of me to say that because I skipped Haunted Castle because it's an arcade game and there weren't any super simple arcade, like retard. I shouldn't say retard. I'm sorry. Any idiot-proof arcade emulators out there that I could find for Haunted Castle. But Haunted Castle also looks kind of goofy, and people said it's not that good, and I don't really care. So, oh well. Come on, Shovatar. See, these things, I always had a hard time fighting these things, because you have to get close to them, like, super fast, and then you want to jump and But if I jump slightly to... If I jump in the right... Well, basically what I want to do is jump and slash to intercept the petrification projectile before it can hit me. I just want to like hit its mouth and like knock it around as quickly as possible. But then if I fuck up the timing, it just hits me. And maybe if I had like an extra finger and I could hit the shield button and the attack button like at the same time, or like switch between them really quickly. But as it is, I'm using the same appendage to utilize both buttons, which means that I can really only hit one of them at a time, and that it's a significant shift to put down a shield and start attacking with a weapon. Yeah, there's loading when you pause. There's loading when you bring up each individual inventory element. There's loading on the map screen. There's loading. There's always loading in boss fights, but here there's like a whole loading screen for boss fights. And I think you're gonna see. Look at this. Yeah, this is why I didn't really want to play the game 4 different times. Is because the extra loading in the Saturn version tacks on another like 45 minutes to the overall playtime. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but this whole footage, all this footage is going to be a lot longer than the PS1 footage. It's partially because, spoiler alert, I don't get Crisegrim in this footage, which means that the second half of the reverse castle doesn't just topple over before me. And goddamn, come on, how many times did I fucking fight this boss? How am I like? This is a really bad doppelganger fight. Nothing makes me more sad than bad doppelganger fights, because I think this boss fight is really cool, and it always feels bad to fuck it up. There we go. Alright, perfect. Well, not perfect. Still pretty bad, but there we go. It took me a little bit to get back into the rhythm of it. What was I saying? Yeah, attacks on it. Yeah, I don't get Crisegrim, so the reverse castle doesn't just dissolve. So it takes some extra time. I also don't get 200.6% completion in this version. I actually don't think I even get 200% because I had decided that I didn't want to do a couple of parts of the game that I thought were particularly annoying, so I didn't go for full map completion, or I just wanted to hit the 196% best ending threshold and then leave it at that. There's a couple of other things in the Saturn version that I didn't engage with at all. There's a weapon that you can get in the normal entrance called the Jewel Sword, which it's a very odd weapon. It basically turns it has a chance to turn enemies into money, and that's what it does in both versions of the game. But then in the Saturn version, having it equipped also means that the rings that you get that you sell to the librarian for money, like the garnet and the onyx and the turquoise and that stuff, actually gives you buffs. I didn't engage with that at all because I just didn't really care to. It didn't really seem necessary, and because I didn't want to like put on a worse weapon than what's available in the late game, and because the thing is that with the route through the castle that I had constructed and that I had become accustomed to, I have a few set points. I only want to see the librarian twice. I want to see him once to buy the Jewel of Open, and then twice when I'm back in the library to get Mist Form, or to get Bat Form rather, so I can buy the Diamond Plate. And after that, I really don't want to trek all the way back in there. So, and that the getting the Bat Form in the library happens before I go back to the entrance to get the Jewel Sword. So after that point, I've already done all the library shopping that I want to do, so getting more money after that point, after I get Bat Form, is pointless, is irrelevant to me, just based off of the route that I had. So, and that is kind of, I think I said this already in my PS1 video about how the currency in Symphony of the Night, mostly in the reverse castle. At first, it's important because the diamond plate is good, and the Ring of Pale and the Gauntlet and the Medal are good because there's no accessories, there's no jewelry in the normal castle except for the Mystic Pendant, and I think a couple of rare drops. So that's good to have, but then once you get to the reverse castle keeps giving you these rings that you can sell for money, and it's pointless. So I think the Jewel Sword, turning those rings into accessories that give you buffs, was a way to try to make that relevant in the late game. Like, you can get Storalite from the reverse library, which I think sells for some massive quantity, like 20,000 or something. I don't even remember. 50,000? I don't remember, but I mean, that probably buffs you like crazy if you put the Jewel Sword on, but I just didn't like the idea of putting on a weaker weapon than whatever was available at that point in time in the reverse castle.
久しぶりだな、G。
これはアルカード様。一体何の用ですかな？
悪いが手を貸してほしい。
お言葉ですが、ドラキュラ様に牙を向いたお方に協力するわけには。
分かっている。それなりの礼はする。
そうですか。それならば何なりとお申し付けくだされ。
これについてだ。
Fortunately, I remember what everything is and what the monetary value of everything is, so I don't need to read Japanese in order to know what I'm buying. Good for me. Yeah, this loading is the big problem. There are other minor differences with the Saturn version. There are more rare drops. There's a couple of weapons that are added in the Saturn version that are in the Saturn exclusive zones. And the zones in the Saturn version, just because I had become so accustomed to my route through the PS1 version of the game, were tough to integrate into it. It kind of creates, and the problem kind of has to do with where they are. Like, sometimes one of them is good, and then one of them is bad in terms of its position in the castle. But again, I'm gonna have to wait to talk about that until we get there, because the first part of this run, the first hour or so, I think is gonna be pretty much exactly the same as the PS1 version, where I go from the library back to the chapel, back to the Colosseum, and then from there, I think it's gonna diverge. The Headless Swordsmen have a weird outline around their bodies in a way that. Or the sword, I guess. These Headless Swordsmen, you don't ever see it, I think, in any of the footage that I'm going to post, but they can actually... They'll do this thing where if you leave them alone for long enough, they'll lightning charge their swords, and then if they hit you, you can actually take a lot of damage from that. And it's always noteworthy in Symphony of the Night when something can actually damage you. The guys throwing the barrels from Rondo. The Knights... Yeah, the Knights are they go a lot easier on them in this game than they do in Dracula X. I mentioned that I like the musket skeletons in Rondo, and I still do. But they but I feel like I don't quite understand how they work, because there's a part in the Colosseum where you have to deal with a bunch of gun skeletons, and it seems like the amount of defense that you have doesn't have any impact on how much damage they do. It seems like the bullets will always do like 30-something damage. So something that I'm gonna briefly swerve in and out of addressing as the footage goes on is whether or not I think that this version of Symphony of the Night is worth playing. And ultimately, of course, you can just watch the footage and decide for yourself what you are and aren't willing to put up with. And you know what? It's possible that someone out there is working on a patch to make the loading even more manageable, or maybe even to eliminate it completely, or as completely as is feasible. I don't know. I don't know anything about like programming or modding or anything like that. I don't really know how possible it would be to solve a lot of the problems that are endemic to the Saturn version, but it's possible that at some point in the future, I mean, humanity's probably going to be around for another like 50 years. It's possible at some point in that time frame someone will come out with a version of this game that is that deals with some of these problems. And I think cutting out the loading alone would probably make this version like it would make it at the very least on par with the PS1 version, because now you've eliminated the biggest difference. There are a couple of other slight differences, slight visual differences. The sound effects, well, the reason that the sound effects are different is because it's Japanese. It's the Japanese version. Alucard makes more noises in the Japanese version than he does in the American version. By contrast, the sword familiar, which I actually am going to use in this footage, doesn't constantly go slash, slash, slash the way that it does in the PS1 version. So that's different. But I've heard people. There's some people who absolutely swear by the Saturn version and say that it's the best version of the game. It's the definitive version of the game. I can't be that unequivocal about it, especially given the versions that I'm familiar with, which is not perfect, in which the loading is not perfectly patched out. But I mean, I don't know. There might be another version out there that I don't know about that's better. It would have been nice to have encountered that.
また会ったわね、アルカード。
マリアとか言ったか。
相変わらず不愛想ね。それにしても変だと思わない？以前と建物の構造が違っているのよ。
ドラキュラ城は混沌の産物だ。その姿は一つではない。
前の知識は役に立たないわけか。考えてもしょうがないわね。ありがとう。それじゃ。
Making Maria playable is a pretty obvious decision to make given the framework of the game, although Maria's presence in the story and in the game is sort of odd in the first place. I'm going to talk more about Maria because there's going to be a whole Maria mode video that I'm going to put out where I talk about Saturn Maria mode, which is simultaneously more and less interesting than Richter mode. But I guess if you could only implement one or the other, then having Richter be playable is what would make the most sense. And here, something amazing happens in this footage, which almost never happens in Symphony of the Night, which is that I get a random drop that's actually impactful. That, I'm fairly sure, is the Damascus sword, which is a sword that you can buy from the librarian, but also has a low chance to drop off of those armor guys, and it's really good. I think I'm going to use it for pretty much until I get the Ice Brand. The Damascus sword kind of bridges the gap between if you skip the shield rod, which I think I'm going to skip the shield rod in this footage. If you skip the shield rod, it kind of bridges the gap between the broadsword and the Ice Brand, which are kind of the two other weapons that you're left with without it. Because the broadsword, I think, has an attack stat that's like maybe 12, 13, something like that. I can't remember exactly, or maybe higher. But the point is that the Ice Brand has an attack stat of like 24 or 25. So you can get stuck in this dead zone if you don't take the shield rod, where you have the broadsword and you're just kind of stuck with it for a long time. And it doesn't. Once you start getting down to the catacombs, like the later stages of the game, it doesn't feel like you're doing that much damage. And then when you get the Ice Brand, it's not quite an upgrade yet because you haven't hit the strength breakpoint that you need to in order to get the full benefit for it. So the Damascus sword, I think, has an attack stat of about 17, which creates a nice, solid upgrade before the Ice Brand. There was a point in time in the original, when I was first routing this game, figuring out how to interact with the librarian and like what I should buy, what I shouldn't buy, where, oh, the priest talks in this version, I think.
ここで体を休めていきなされ。父と子と精霊の名において。アーメン。
Yeah, I can't really hear what he said, but or I can hear it, but I can't really understand what he said. I think they should have kept that. I think that room, if that room is going to be totally pointless and not have any energy tanks or any heart upgrades in it or anything, then they should make it as cool as they can. I think having the priest talk is a good idea. Anyway, yeah, the Damascus sword was something that I had originally, when I was first planning out my route through the game, I would use the second trip to the librarian to buy the Damascus sword instead of buying the diamond plate, because at that point in time it was the best weapon available to me. But I eventually realized that the diamond plate just made more sense because it eliminates... You don't have to worry about hitting a particular breakpoint to get the full benefit from it, like you would maybe even with the Damascus sword at that point in the game. And also, it just means you never die. You already never die, but then you, like, really never die. It's funny how, like, I keep thinking about luck mode, because I think I played luck mode twice. I played luck mode in the PS1 version, and I think I might have done it in the PSP version too. But in neither case was luck... did it ever, like, benefit me. In neither case did I get some massive, game-changing rare drop that completely changed how I was playing the game, or, like, changed my route, or changed what decisions I made. It was just, like, fucking pointless. I'm not a big fan of luck mode. I already said this in the PS1 version, but I think the fact that luck mode nerfs your attack makes it not fun. Because I understand making the game harder, but you should just nerf Alucard's survivability. Don't make it so you have to spend fucking 10 years hitting a skeleton to make it die. Speaking of which, another thing that the Saturn version has that the PS1 version doesn't have is a hard mode. And when I saw that, when I first played the Saturn version, I was like, oh, interesting. Maybe this will make the game easier. Maybe this will solve that one thing about Symphony of the Night that I was always saying about it, how it's too easy. Well, guess what hard mode does in the Saturn version? Hard mode, as far as I can tell, I haven't looked this up, this is just what really seems to be the case to me, doubles all enemy HP. Doesn't double boss HP. It doesn't mean you have to cut through 24,000 health on Galamoth. But it does double the HP of bosses that become generic enemies later in the game, like Slogra and Gaben have more health. But that's all it does. It turns enemies into fucking damage sponges. Oh, I gotta shut up.
すごい腕前。私の出番なんてないみたいね。
何の用だ。そんなことを言いに来たわけではあるまい。
まあね。リヒター・ベルモンド。知ってるわよね。
ベルモンド家のものか。
彼が1年前から行方不明なの。きっとここに来てると思うわ。見かけたら私に知らせてほしいの。
いいだろう。
ありがとう。ハンが優しいのね。それじゃ、よろしく。
Yeah, like I was saying, hard mode just turns the common enemies into damage sponges, and you have to stand there and hack away at them for way longer with absolutely no increased risk to yourself, because you don't take any more damage, you just do less damage, comparatively speaking. And I thought that the added loading time stapled a bunch of unnecessary tedium onto the gameplay, but holy shit, Saturn Symphony of the Night with hard mode, with like the extra loading time, and you have to waste so much fucking time hacking away at any enemy, is absolutely god-awful. And I would never, ever recommend doing it. There are almost no situations where the enemy having twice as much health materially... when that puts you in, like, any more danger. Yeah, no, I can't think of a single instance. Now, if you were to pair up hard mode with luck mode, then I suppose the early game might become super threatening, but it would also become the most boring game ever made, because you probably have to hit all the first skeletons in the alchemy lab about 20 times before they actually fucking die. So if you are going to play this game, don't play hard mode, is my advice. It's just not fun. I think I've said before that a good hard mode should, like, somebody said once, lazy hard modes are hard modes that either double the amount of damage you take or cut in half the amount of damage you deal. I think that the first kind of hard mode is actually completely fine, especially in a game like this, where you're already super tanky. But the second kind, utterly, utterly pointless. Complete and total waste of time. Tedious as shit. How many more negative adjectives can I use? So that is one thing that the Sega Saturn added that was not good. A lot of the other things that it added are kind of I'm sort of indifferent towards in a lot of cases. Maria mode is neat, but it has some pretty serious problems, which I'm gonna wait to talk about until I get to the video on it. I also wonder. It seemed to me like some of the bosses in the Saturn version were dying faster than they should have been. Like I feel like the Hippogriff. I mean, I know I pumped it with 4 Tetra Spirits, which is a lot of damage, but I feel like the Hippogriff died kind of too fast. And when we do get to the Galamoth fight, I also feel like Galamoth died faster than I thought he would in the Saturn footage. Which, if there's any boss who could have used a nerf in health, it's Galamoth, because Galamoth in Alucard mode is just fucking annoying. I mean, talk about tedious. Like, you sit there and you can't die and you have to cut through 12,000 HP. It's pointless. Totally, totally pointless. Look at that. That says something. Yeah, I can... My knowledge of Japanese is very rudimentary. I feel like sometimes in some of the lines in this game I can kind of tell when they're saying something that's different from how it was translated, but when a bunch of fucking scribbles pop up on the screen like that, and it's like I can't read any of it. Apologies to any the Japanese viewers that I apparently have, which is not something I was expecting. You'd think Americans would be more interested in like these games that were only released in Japan, but I guess not. One thing that I never liked about my route through the castle was how many times I end up going through this hallway. I feel like okay, wow, yeah, so these things are dying in one hit now because of the Damascus sword that I picked up. I think I just hit the strength breakpoint for the Damascus sword, which would be 17, and I think I'm doing like 34 base damage, which is a lot, which is like almost 10 more damage than I would be doing at this point in the game otherwise, and those plant enemies have a weakness to cutting weapons, so they take like extra damage, so that's why those things were just getting fucking shredded. And it's, again, I'll say it again, luck mode, nothing like this happened. Luck mode was just identical to a regular gameplay, it was like identical to a regular run, but things took longer to die. Here, when I don't have a million extra luck, I'm getting drops that actually matter and that materially change the game. So, I'm also not a huge fan of luck mode, frankly, which I think I already said, but I'm going to say it again because it's the concept behind luck mode is, oh, you suck, but maybe you'll get drops that make you stronger. It's like, okay, well, what if you don't? Well, then you just suck. And it's just identical to playing the game normally, but it takes longer, you know? That's just, I don't know. Some people have said that luck mode should be how the game is by default, because they're talking about the balancing factor. They're talking about how easy Alucard is, and I think I agree with that if it was just the defensive nerf, but I think the offensive nerf completely kills the pacing of the game. And then Saturn hard mode takes the pacing of the game that's already dead and then puts it in a coffin in a cemetery and then blows the cemetery up. There are lots of interesting things you could do with a hard mode, but that's not one of them. That's kind of the worst. That's actually the worst thing you could possibly do with a hard mode, probably. Oh, the stopwatch is different. Interesting. Well, the animation for the stopwatch is different anyway. This was the last place I figured out how to get into in the whole castle. That right passage up there that you need a stopwatch to open. I looked that up. That was something I did have to look up, was how to get up there, because I don't think it ever would have occurred to me in 100 years to try to use a stopwatch to open up a passageway. That's almost Simon's Quest here, in my opinion. It makes a lot more sense than Simon's Quest because it's like a clock area, and because in one of the paths you have to wait for time to pass to open it, and then the other one you have to stop time. So it kind of makes sense conceptually, but it doesn't really make sense gameplay-wise because it's never suggested that a sub-weapon would have that functionality. I don't know. Come on, Shovatar. There we go. Yeah, I was better with Tetra Spirit than I was with... Oh, and then I accidentally air dash right back down again so it respawns. Oops. I was better with Tetra Spirit than I was with the air dash, partially because I didn't have to do it as much. But the thing about the air dash that makes it hard is that not only do you want to really be able to execute the air dash in Richter mode, but you want to be able to chain air dashes together, which is a whole different... which is like a whole different kind of difficulty. Whereas Tetra Spirit, you just have to do it once, and then you can wait and do it again. And you usually have lots of time to do it. Whereas the air dashes, you have to do it immediately, one after the other, if you want to get the full benefit from them. That's why I was never any good at it. Yeah, I'm still, even though I'm not going for 200%, I'm still exploring as many squares of the map as I can, because there are a few sizable areas of the reverse castle that I want to completely skip. Sizable areas, relatively lots of map squares. I'm not going to be skipping any entire zones or anything, but there are parts of the map that I'm not going to uncover, and I want to make sure that I can still hit 196% or 197, I can't remember, while skipping those. One of the things that's important in video games is pacing. Moving forward at a brisk pace. That's what makes the original Castlevania games so cool, is the fact that you're very vulnerable, but pretty much every enemy you encounter that's not a boss is going to die in a reasonable time frame. The knights are the big exception to that, of course. Oh no, I have the Damascus sword, right, I forgot. I was like, why did that hunting girl die so quickly? I usually have to hit him like 3 more times than that, but I remember it's because I have the Damascus sword. And I think the fact that the Damascus sword dropped is a factor in why I skipped the shield rod here. Skipping the shield rod is not a bad idea in the first place if you're doing what I'm doing and going for, like, you don't ever want to die. If you don't care if you die or not, going for the shield rod is fine, because if you die, there's a save room right next to it. You can just reload the save and try again. But if I'm trying to, like, not die, then the safest course of action is technically to save the shield rod until... probably just skip the shield rod altogether. Because by the time you'd be coming back for the shield rod, towards the very end of the game, you'll have the Ice Brand, and you'll probably be at the strength point that you need to take full advantage of it. So as cool as the shield rod is, it's super risky. I can't say super risky. It's risky to go for. Like, you can die in that room. And I really don't want to, like... I just didn't want to fuck with it. I didn't want to bother. I didn't want to have to play through the first 45 minutes again, pretty much. And I'm like, I have a great opportunity here. I got a weapon that's really good. That means that I don't lose out on as much by skipping the shield rod. So I'm just gonna ignore it. Yep. Which is which is actually more fun. Like, the shield rod's cool and everything, but I don't like the slower swing speed. It feels less fun to use, in my personal opinion. Oh, another thing, I can't believe I didn't mention this. Well, like, it didn't come up until now, is that the Saturn version added a third hand. There are, I guess, enough buttons on the... Well, no, there are enough buttons on the PS1 controller too. This must have been a philosophical decision. You can... There's like a third inventory slot up there in the Saturn version that Richter can... Not Richter, Alucard can... Oh, I gotta shut up.
誰だ開け冥界の門いでよ我がしもべよ
この血の匂い貴様まさに
我が城を汚す小賢しいハエを叩き潰せ
Yeah, a third thing in the inventory that you can use, um, specifically for potions or meat or Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, wow. I guess that's a Damascus sword right there. Jesus, that felt kind of insane. How fast that was. Did I even get hit? I think I did get hit at the start. I guess I'm gonna find out. Yeah, I got hit. Okay. Anyway, it would have been cool if I didn't. I'm slightly disappointed, but only slightly. Um, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the third thing. Yeah, it's useful for equip for you. You can use it to use potions or to eat meat, and then that's all it would be used for. And that's actually really cool. That's actually a feature that I wish was in the PS1 version. That's probably the best. That's maybe the best idea in the Saturn version, because there are lots of parts in PS1 in the PS1 version where I have to do the inventory shuffle to like equip a shield, to unequip a shield, to equip a potion, then drink a potion, then open up back the inventory to equip a shield again, and then blah blah blah. And that would have been even worse if they didn't if it was that's how it was in the Saturn version where there's a fucking loading screen every time you want to bring up the inventory. The addition to include that functionality there where you didn't have to do the inventory shuffle was especially wise given the nature of the Saturn port. So good on them for that. It's funny that they didn't incorporate that in the PSP version. Maybe the PSP didn't have enough buttons to accommodate it? I don't know. I don't know how many buttons are on a PSP. I don't know much about the PSP. I know what it is. I know what it looks like. I could identify one if you showed it to me, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Tetrasphere looks different. Lots of things kind of look different at the Saturn version, but none of it looks like particularly better or worse in my opinion. Well, some stuff looks worse, like the death like flying away was kind of weird looking, and I think that the blood particles look different. They kind of look more low res. I don't usually care about that kind of thing. But I do notice it. See that? Okay, that room in there with the bookshelves that have fallen over. In the reverse castle, I never noticed that the bookshelves in the background of that room back there where I got the holy rod had already fallen over in the normal castle. Because in the reverse castle, like the bookshelves have all fallen over, but I thought it was a joke. Like, oh, the bookshelves all fell over because the castle got turned upside down. But it turns out they already were like that. So I'm pretty disappointed by that. Yeah, I hate these things. These are like very hard to. It's hard to fight these guys without getting hit by them. And it's a consequence of Richter's shorter attack speed, where like you have to run at them and jump at them to hit them, but then they're just gonna fucking hit you. So it's a good thing Richter. Why do I keep saying Richter? I guess because he's a playable character. Why do I? It's a good thing Alucard like can't die. Oh, I think I equipped the circlet here because higher int makes your sub-weapons do more damage. I think I completely neglected... Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that seems like... Sorry, I really feel like he shouldn't have died that fast. Did they, like... See, maybe they did nerf the boss health in the Saturn version. I feel like that demon shouldn't have... Like, I put on the circlet to buff my int so that the holy water would do more damage, but the holy water only hit him for, like, 4 or 5 ticks. Like, he wasn't standing in it for very long, so I don't really know what... I don't know what happened there. That's very odd. Anyway, yeah, int increases sub-weapon damage, which makes kind of sense when you're thinking about more like magical sub-weapons like the holy water, but it also applies to like the axe. So somehow being smarter makes your axe do more damage. That's not how it would work in real life. Video game humor. Am I right? This is always a fun little spot in any Symphony of the Night run is how much money do I have? What can I afford? If I have money left over from the diamond plate, it's because I usually want to spend it on the Ring of Pale or the metal, depending on how much gold I have. And if I have enough gold for just one of them, I always take the Ring of Pale, because the Ring of Pale increases strength, which means you get closer to strength breakpoints faster. The metal, which would be the other option, gives you +1 attack and +1 defense. +1 defense is okay, but I really don't need any more defense after I get the diamond plate. And attack doesn't help you reach strength breakpoints, but strength, of course, does. And there's another accessory you can buy from the librarian that's reasonably affordable, which is the gauntlet, which increases attack by 8, I think, which is cool, but again, that's attack, that's not strength, and what I really am concerned about at this point in the game is hitting strength breakpoints. Also, fun fact, I just learned this yesterday. I didn't know this at all while I was playing the game. If you come back to the library with the super jump, the super, like, fly straight up in the air jump, come back to the library, go underneath the librarian, and then super jump up into his chair, you can, like, knock items out of him, apparently. You can get an armor, you can get a Ring of Arcana, which increases the odds of rare drops occurring. I didn't have any fucking clue that you could do that. So, I feel like a bit of a doofus now. And it makes sense because the super jump is basically useless in regular gameplay, because in order to get to the super jump you already need the bat form. So it's not like the super jump would lets you get to something that you couldn't already get to before. The exception is in the reverse caverns, where you need to use the super jump to when you need to use the super jump to uncover the last squares of the map that are in the upside down water area. But except for that, it's totally useless. So I guess that's one use for it. But doesn't that seem awfully rude? I mean, the librarian decides to betray Dracula and help you, and you repay him by, like, fucking with him and knocking him around and, like, stealing his shit. I don't know. It seems uncalled for. But I guess I actually do wish I had known that for luck mode. Because if I'd known that for luck mode, I probably would have gone to the trouble of getting the Ring of Arcana to increase the chance of rare drops. But I didn't know. Oh well. That's just a testament to how many little details there are in this game and how complicated it is. The fact that I played this game for like a fucking month and there's still stuff that I just don't know about it. And I don't mean like on and off for a month. I mean like a significant amount of time for a month. Oh, the shield looks different. They're not supposed to die that fast. Is that just because I have the circlet on? Is that really it? Maybe that's it, because it's increasing my int by 10. Does that mean every tick of the holy water fire is doing 10 more damage? If that's the case, then the demon dying as quickly as it did does make sense, but oh god, is this one I can't get through? No, okay. There was one time when I was collecting some footage and I, like, for some reason mist form, like, wasn't going through the grate, so I had to and I tried it over and over again until I ran out of MP, and then I had to fucking stand there like an idiot and wait for my MP to regenerate to try to mist form through the grate again. What am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to sit in the chairs. That's funny. Come on, Shovatar. Move. There you go. Oh, okay. Well, Medusa heads, man. Some things don't change. No matter how different Castlevania gets, no matter how fancy or how complicated or how drastically the philosophy of the game systems change, the Medusa heads are always the same. They're always just there, and they always just hit you. Unless you have a very clear pathway to not get hit by them. Yeah, this is the part that always bugged me. The second path through the same hallway, like the third pass through this hallway, I always felt like there should have been a better way to do this, but I could just never figure it out. And I get hit by that? Come on. Fuck it. Oh well. And I just picked up the Mirror Curious, so I guess if I really didn't want to get stunned, then I would put that on, but that requires doing the inventory shuffle, which I already don't like doing in general, and in the Saturn version is even worse. It takes so long, so that's not going to happen. the other thing you get from fucking up the Librarian is the Axe Lord armor, which apparently turns you into an Axe Knight, which I knew that existed, but I just didn't. I'm like, that sounds like not fun because the Axe Knights like can't move. Sounds like more of a funny novelty than anything. And I believe we're going to be coming up soon on the first Saturn exclusive zone, which is the Cursed Prison, which is accessible via the caverns. Although I think it's going to be a little bit. I don't remember. See, I only did this route a couple times, so I don't remember it as perfectly as I do this PS1 route. I don't know if it's. I don't know when exactly I go there, but I guess we're gonna have to. I guess we'll find out. We'll find out together. Together. Sharing the journey. Sharing the journey through the castle. I think we're gonna come up. I think I'm gonna go into the first Saturn exclusive zone pretty soon here. So the Saturn version has two exclusive zones. There's the Cursed Prison, and there's the Underground Gardens, I think it's called. And the Cursed Prison is the one I'm going to go to first, and I'm 99% sure that I'm going to go right there now. And the Saturn has exclusive content, right? The Saturn has more zones in it that the PS1 version doesn't have. So how could the Saturn version not be better? Well, the thing about the zones that the Saturn version adds is that they're not very big, and they're also not super interesting, especially the Cursed Prison. The Cursed Prison is, as you're going to be seeing shortly, here we are, here it comes, when it loads. The Cursed Prison is basically a series of worthless hallways in a spot in the castle that's very inconvenient to incorporate into a full castle route, because it's occupying a space that's basically already occupied by other pathways, where there's already like 3 different ways to get from the entrance to the middle of the castle, like the middle of the marble gallery. And what I just picked up back there is something called the Astral Dagger, which is a Saturn exclusive weapon, of course, because it's in a Saturn exclusive zone. I don't use it because it's funny. The Astral Dagger has a special homing attack, but I didn't use it because I don't know. I'm just used to using the Damascus. I'm used to using the sword. I just didn't want to change up the way that I was doing regular combat. And here I put on the Holy Rod because there's a couple of enemies in the Cursed Prison that can only be damaged with holy damage, which is new. Yeah, it's the fire things you just saw, the Will-O-Wisps, and then I think the gargoyles are vulnerable to everything, but the Will-O-Wisp, the little fires, and then there are some ghosts later on. And the reason I'm leveling up so much is because the gargoyles in the Cursed Prison give an inordinate amount of experience, and I guess the ghosts do too. I guess everything does. So it's like if you weren't over leveled before you got to the Cursed Prison, you are now. And I guess if nothing else, then the Cursed Prison at least helps you avoid what I call the Ice Brand problem, which is the problem of getting to the catacombs and getting the Ice Brand and not having the strength to take full advantage of it. I guess if you're just randomly gaining 5 levels in the Cursed Prison by hitting a couple enemies, then you're more likely to be at the breakpoint when you get to that point in the catacombs. So I shouldn't say that the Cursed Prison is a series of... So the hallways are not worthless, but they're also not... They're just kind of bizarre. And like I said, the position is annoying because I already have... What would be really nice would be a route like... I don't know. A route from... Some other way to get to the marble gallery from the wall would be nice, because that way, then I wouldn't have to go through the same long hallway with the plants and the snake ladies with their asses hanging out like 3 different times. But instead, the Cursed Prison is occupying a space that's kind of already It's just sort of doing what the S Hall already does, which is connect the entrance to the middle of the connect the entrance to, well, okay, it connects the entrance directly to the caverns, but the entrance is already connected to the caverns. This connects like the marble gallery to the caverns when the marble gallery is already connected to the caverns by just the regular way into the caverns. So it's not placed in a spot that's very nice for efficient routing. It means that I have to do what you just saw me do, which is go all the way into it, all the way to the end, and then turn around and go all the way back. And that's kind of the only way that it makes sense to implement it into the route, unfortunately. Cool music, though. Somehow, I realized this after I finished recording my PS1 commentary. Somehow I never talked about the music in Symphony of the Night until in all the 4 hours that I spent talking about it. The music in Symphony of the Night is... Oh, and I didn't talk about that bit, too. That's one of my favorite little moments in the entire game. That part where you push the box into the little leaky water section to drown the knights and kill them. That's like... That's really interesting, because it's a little bit annoying because there's nothing else in the game like that. There's no other environmental contextual interactions to kill enemies in the game that I can think of, but it's neat that they don't make you walk through that like annoying spear gauntlet. Because like waiting for spikes to go up and down is like one of the most annoying classic Castlevania things, and here it's like, oh, you don't have to do that. You don't have to like mist form through them, you don't have to like get bullied, you don't have to like... Although you could probably just kill them with Tetra Spirit, honestly, so pushing the box up to the wall is maybe not necessary, but I do it every time anyway, just because I think it's neat. Ooh. Oh, never mind. I thought I was gonna backtrack. I thought maybe I had a different route planned, but nope, I'm still doing the same PS1 route. So that's how I incorporate the Cursed Prison into the route. I just awkwardly do it right in the middle of my first caverns visit, where I walk all the way through and walk all the way back. The underground garden is integrated much more naturally, where what am I doing here exactly? I missed a square up alongside the waterfall, so I'm gonna... Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I missed a square up here, so I'm gonna fly all the way back up, try to get it again. I know I said I wasn't going for 200% completion in this gameplay, and I'm not, but again, there are parts later on that I want to skip, and I want to make sure that I'm going to be able to skip them and still get the best ending. Because that is still... I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I'd rather get the best ending than not get the best ending. This fucking area of the map just really does not want to be revealed. Please? Okay, good. Phew. Yeah, you see how long it takes to pull up the fucking map screen? That's why this is 5 hours. That's why this is 4 hours and 52 minutes instead of like 4 hours and 5 minutes. It's because map screen, loading times, and no Crisagrim. Those are the three factors that tack 45 minutes onto the playtime. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Underground Garden, which is going to come up next year. Oh no, the music. Sorry, I'm like 2 steps ahead of myself. I will say this thing, I like the music in the Cursed Prison, and I like the music in the Underground Garden. Especially the music in the reverse Underground Garden, but I'm gonna obviously have to wait to talk about that until we get to it. I think it's called the Hell Garden. Every reverse area of the castle has its own, like, name, and some of them are just called the Reverse X, and then some of them are called something else, but I just always think of them as the Reverse X. Like, I don't call it, like, Deathwing's Lair, I just call it Reverse Olrox. I don't call it, Anti-Chapel. Well, actually, no, I do sometimes say Anti-Chapel, because that's at least the same number of syllables as Reverse Chapel. The Ferryman, making his first appearance since Simon's Quest. Oh no, he was in Rondo. He was in Rondo. Kind of an odd character. What am I doing? What am I doing here? I'm equipping the Herald Shield. Right, yeah. So I don't have the Shield Rod, so there's no reason for me to keep the Knight Shield on, and I kind of like just remembered that that was the case. The music in Symphony of the Night is the music in Symphony of the Night is uneven. There are a couple of tracks that are really good, but a lot of the music is sort of very... A lot of the music is low-key. It's more atmospheric and more sort of background type music. It's not like it is in Rondo or in a lot of classic Castlevania games where it's supposed to accompany pulse-pounding action. It's supposed to accompany contemplative exploration, I suppose. The Caverns music is a good example of that. And I like the Caverns music, but it's not as high octane as a lot of other Castlevania music. And it must be stated that almost every track in Symphony of the Night is a remix of some aspect of the beginning, which is the level 1 music from Dracula's Curse, which of course makes kind of sense because Alucard was in Dracula's Curse. I love this music track. I love the music track that plays at the start of the castle, which is just called Dracula's Castle. And there's a little motif at the very end of this. I don't know if I'm gonna be here long enough to hear it. Let me get a little bit bold for a second. I turned on the music for the footage, so I'm gonna try to listen for it. There's a little motif at the very end of the song here that I want to highlight, and I hope I stay in the zone long enough to get to it. I might not. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't have the speed boost, so I'm going to be here for a little while. And the Saturn version of this is slightly different from the PS1 version. I don't know what exactly... I forget what exactly it does, but it is different. Saturn has some exclusive songs, and then Saturn also has different versions of some PS1 songs. Yeah, I think it's coming up here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that part with the I don't know what that is, like the xylophone, the bells or whatever. I think that sounds like Big Shot from Deltarune. Kind of. It's kind of got the same like, it's kind of paced similarly, and it's got the like dun 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 dun, and then Big Shot's got that dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's got the same halfway point, and it like ends in the same way. I think it sounds like Big Shot, but that's just me. And I really like it anyway. But that drove me nuts. I remember the first time I played this game when I heard that motif at the end of the song, and I'm like, what is that? Where have I heard that before? Why, like, is that from some fucking other Castlevania game I played that I don't remember? No, it's fucking Big Shot from Deltarune. Toby Fox, what a hack. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Leave a like and leave a response in the cock box if you think that part of the song sounds kind of like Big Shot from Deltarune. And if you disagree with me, then make sure to dislike the video. Make sure to hit the big thumbs down if you think that it doesn't sound anything like... If you don't think it sounds anything like Big Shot from Deltarune. Because that way I'll at least know why it's happening. This is an interesting place to put an extra zone. The thing about the castle in Symphony of the Night is there's not really many places to put extra zones, which is probably why the Cursed Prison is where it is. The area between the wall and the marble gallery, I think, is probably pretty crowded. So here we are in the underground garden, much more elaborate than the Cursed Prison. It's not just like a bunch of hallways. It's actually got some stuff here. Fun fact, you see that little demon statue up on top of the fountain back there? I believe that's the same model of when Alucard gets petrified, usually he just gets turned into stone. But there's a very small percentage chance when he gets petrified that he will turn into like a statue of like a big demon, and that I'm pretty sure is exactly the same statue demon model back there on the fountain. I have seen it a couple times. I don't know if it's going to be in any of the footage though. This is a fucking goofy ass enemy. If you're over 30 and you own a computer, you must play this game. The Underground Garden actually has a boss, for one thing. The boss is pretty tricky. The boss poisons you, which is always difficult. And actually, there are other poison... there's that first big room back there, and there's these 2 long hallways before the boss fight. And this part is pretty annoying. I don't really like having to kill thornweeds. I don't really like... And the scissors guys, the guys with the big scissors, is in addition to being pretty fucking strange, kind of have too much health, in my opinion. Unless you drop holy water on them, of course. Yeah, the pipes are dripping poison onto the floor. If that hits you, you get poisoned. And that's actually another reason why I have the barrel circlet on. Or not the barrel circlet, the, which fucking circlet is this? The anti-poison circlet. The one that makes it so that if you get hit by a poison attack, you don't get poisoned and you just get healed. That's why I've had it on this whole time. Partially to buff Int so that holy water does more damage, and partially for the Underground Garden. Which is cool, because poison is such a relatively uncommon hazard in Symphony of the Night. That I always thought it was strange that there was this circlet item that specifically countered it when it's so rarely relevant. But here in the Saturn version they make it relevant. And this guy's kind of kicking the shit out of me. This boss is actually pretty tough. But oh, I guess he's dead already. Okay, never mind. Holy water must do a lot of damage. Yeah, that boss can actually be tricky because you're fighting him in very close quarters, and a lot of his attacks have will cover pretty much the entire room. And he can poison you, so if you don't have the circlet on, that means that you don't get poisoned, then you can get poisoned, and getting poisoned, of course, means you take double damage, which means that he becomes much more dangerous. And he looks like the Predator, and he's purple. There's no significance to those last 2 pieces of information. Those are just 2 things that I wanted to point out. So even though the Underground Garden probably has roughly the same... Well, no, it's a little bit bigger probably than the Cursed Prison, but it's more interesting just because it's more different looking. Although a lot of these things that I'm seeing I kind of recognize as being repurposed from other parts of the castle. Like those pillars back there are from the keep. And then of course the fountain is a very creative use of what would otherwise be an Easter egg, which is the random petrification statue. Oh, and there's a teleporter down here, which I think I do make use of at some point in the route, but I don't remember when, why, or how. Maybe I don't. Maybe maybe this is the spot where I make use of it, is I just make use of it to get out of the garden and get back to the entrance teleporter. Yeah, I think that's it. Because like, if you were gonna add a teleporter anywhere in the game, this is probably not where I would put one. Because the Underground Garden is not the kind of place that you want to come back to very often. And the Underground Garden teleport is very, very close to the entrance teleport. If I was going to put another teleport anywhere in the castle, I'd probably put one in, oh, I don't know. Maybe in the chapel? Or something? The teleports are mostly pretty well spaced out, I think. There's not really any part of the game that's blatantly too far away from any teleporter, in my opinion. Blatantly is not necessary in that sentence. There's no part of the castle that's too far away from a teleporter, in my opinion, generally speaking. Yeah, it's funny how I end up doing both of the Saturn exclusive zones pretty much back to back in this awkward space between my first visit to the caverns and my second visit to the caverns. Sort of on route to Olrox. But it's just the spot that made the most sense. I really wished I could have incorporated the cursed prison more naturally, but I just couldn't quite wrap my head around it. I don't know, there might be a better I don't know what like the intended route is, because I guess you can get to the cursed prison pretty early. I guess technically I could have gone there even pre-Colosseum if I wanted to, but it's just not how I roll generally. I generally go Colosseum then Caverns. Oh, that's new. The weird ass death animation for the marionettes. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. Marionettes are an odd enemy concept in general. I don't think I'm really a fan of them. The cursed prison, I don't know. I wonder if the astral dagger is any good. I don't know. I never used it, so I never really found out. Usually anything in any weapon, because here's the thing. The astral dagger has a special attack, right? Like it's a special like homing attack apparently. But you have to do an input combo to activate it. And presumably at all other points in time, because it's a dagger, it's going to have a shorter range in its normal attacks than a sword would have. So I'm either choosing between an awkward input combo to do an attack or a regular attack that's shorter range than what the Damascus sword would give me, and I don't really like the sound of either of those, frankly. And again, Symphony of the Night is not a game that's difficult enough to aggressively incentivize. I'm not looking for any more combat advantages. If the game was really hard and I was really interested in any possible advantage I could get, then I would be more curious regarding the Astral Dagger and regarding what it was capable of, but I really just kind of don't care as it is, as it stands. It's my favorite part. It's my favorite part of Symphony of the Night. It's waiting for the Olrox door to open up. This is pretty dumb in retrospect. Having to just like sit and wait for a door to open. Kind of not. I'm not a big fan. Reminds me of Earthbound. There's a part in Earthbound where you have to, in order to get into a dungeon, you have to stand in front of a waterfall and not move for 3 minutes. That's kind of what that reminds me of, honestly. Less mild version, of course, but same principle. This Olrox is like a weird. I always thought it was weird that this area is called like Olrox's area. Like, who's this Olrox guy? Who's this General Olrox guy, and why is he so important that he has a whole area of the castle named after himself? You know what I mean? I don't really like Olrox's quarters because it's too similar to the Marble Gallery. It's kind of just like it's just another castle interior area. It just happens to have a guy in it who's green, or who becomes green eventually. He starts off being purple. I think I stopped to break open these jars because I kind of had like an idea in my head of, oh, maybe I'll use the resist fire potion on the Olrox fight, because Olrox Phase 2 has this rapid barrage. This has this attack that's a rapid barrage of fireballs, and I've never really understood it. Like, I don't get what you're supposed to do when he does that, because it's very difficult to when he gets lower on health, he'll do like a super barrage. Like, he fires so many fireballs at so many different angles that are all so close to each other that it's very difficult to avoid them all without, I guess, without using extended mist form. But I don't have extended mist form because the route that I have, you need bat form to get extended mist form, because extended mist form is available in the castle keep, and I don't go back to the castle keep until I go back there to fight Richter at the end of the normal castle in the route that I have put together. And here I'm going to use the sword card. In my other like best ending videos, I usually just have the demon or the devil out rather, because the devil can open up um, other areas of the can open up certain areas of the castle, and I just don't feel like swapping it back out for the other companions, and the companions aren't super impactful. But here I'm going to stick with the sword because number one, I actually like the way the sword looks in the Saturn version better than any of the other versions. In the PS1 version, it's like too, I don't know, it looks weird. It looks like too high, it looks like too detailed or something. And then the PSP version, I'm pretty sure that problem is even worse. But the other reason I'm doing it is actually for the sake of efficiency. Because normally, what companion you have out is a pretty moot point. Oh, I should mention, the companion that I just got is another fairy. It's identical to the fairy companion you get in the library, except the fairy companion you get here is green, and there's a special item you can get somewhere. I can't remember where it is, but there's an item you can get that if you equip the item and then you sit in a chair and you wait for 15 seconds, then the fairy will sing you a song. Which I really should have done in this footage. I should have taken the time to find a chair to sit in and let you guys see that, but I just couldn't find a natural place to make it happen. There are chairs in Olrox's boss room, but Olrox does not let you sit in the chairs for 15 minutes. So I kind of wish I had actually showcased that instead of just telling you guys about it, but the road of life is built with regrets. Oh yeah, efficiency. Because the fact that the Saturn version has these slowdowns, the fact that it takes so long to finish the game means that the fact that the sword does higher damage than the devil in most relevant contexts is actually more attractive to me in the context of a Saturn run than it would be in a PS1 run. So because I just want I want to be going through the game more quickly. That's more of a concern at this point. And there's actually a special attack you can use with the sword familiar called the Sword Brothers attack, which is supposed to be really good, but I never bothered learning it. My experimentation with the input combo attacks in Symphony of the Night basically ended once I figured out Tetra Spirit. So it's possible that Sword Brothers is like really good and would make this shit go even faster, but the input looked too complicated and I just kind of didn't really care. Yeah, he's not gonna let me sit here for very long. That was only like 5 seconds. That's not enough time to have a song sung to you at all. I don't know why I don't know why I have a strength potion to use here. Because there's a strength potion in the Marble Gallery at the end of the S Hall in the same room you get the Spirit Orb. But I don't know why I don't use that on Olrox more often. Because Olrox is kind of the most annoying boss to fight, in my opinion, until you get to like Galamoth. Because he just because Olrox has a tendency to just kind of like walk into you and flail his arms around and knock you around a lot and like shoot a bunch of fireballs that knock you around. He's just annoying to fight. So I really should have made it more of a habit to utilize the strength potion on Olrox, but for some reason I didn't in any of the other runs. I think it was because for a while there I had this misguided notion of saving up strength potions for I usually like to use a strength potion on the Richter fight to kill the Shaft Orb faster, and then I like to have a strength potion for the Shaft fight in the Reverse Castle. And then, of course, I want strength and or an attack potion for the Galamoth fight. So I think I just was generally trying to be more conservative with my usage of strength potions in in the other runs. And I guess here I'm loosening up a little bit. Perhaps because I've decided at this point to that for the actual Dracula fight, I would probably be drinking a smart potion instead, because my strategy with the Dracula fight is mostly just to let the crucifix do most of the damage to him. Unless I get Crisagrim, of course, but I don't ever plan around getting Crisagrim. And if I get Crisagrim, then whether I use a strength potion or not is now, or rather, if I get Crisagrim, then the question of, like, dealing damage to things is no longer an issue at all. Everything is just gonna die. Although Crisagrim does increase the value of a strength potion significantly, because now you're buffing so many more attacks in such a short span of time. Where am I going now? I'm going back to the caverns, right? So after the underground gardens are cleared out, then the rest of the route is pretty much the same. And that's kind of what I mean when I say that the Saturn exclusive zones are not really like it's not like oh the Saturn version of the game is worth playing to see these really cool zones. Like, the zones are not that interesting. They're kind of neat visually, and the music in them is good, but I don't know. I mean, compare that to, like, what's a cool zone in Symphony of the Night? The chapel is really neat. Or excuse me, sorry. Or like the Colosseum is really cool and like really thematic and also has good music. The Cursed Prison, I think the Cursed Prison would benefit substantially from another boss fight. It's called the Cursed Prison. Like, there should be something in the prison for me to fight, don't you think? If there's something in the caverns for me to fight, there should be something in the Cursed Prison for me to fight. Maybe if it was more elaborate, and the zones are super short. Like, they're fucking like 3 rooms. The Cursed Prison is pretty much just like the Cursed Prison is, I think, literally 2 rooms and then like a save room, and then the Underground Garden is like 3 rooms and then a save room and a boss room and a teleportation room. So they're just not very big. I think what they should have done is they probably should have just cut the Cursed Prison completely and put all that effort into making the Underground Gardens into more of an elaborate zone. Because it doesn't matter. Like, who cares about the level curve? Like, the level curve in Symphony of the Night, fucking the level curve really doesn't matter. So it's not like they would worry about, oh, if we make the zone too long, it's gonna fuck with the, like, pacing of the rest of the game. Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. They already, like, have the Cursed Prison giving you, like, 5 levels for free for no reason, so clearly it wasn't a concern.
母上
その声はアルカード。そこにいるのね。
母上今助けに行きます。
ダメよ、アルカード。来ちゃダメ。
でも母上。
いいのです。私の命で皆に幸せが訪れるなら、私は喜んで死を迎えましょう。
ダメだ、そんなこと。
ごめんなさい、アルカード。あなたにばかり辛い思いを。でも、私からの最後の言葉を心に留めて生き続けて。
母上。
人を憎しみなさい。そして殺しなさい。生き続けて罪を重ねるよりも死んだ方が人間には良いのです。さあ、そこの人から殺しなさい。
違う。
どうしたのです、アルカード。
そんなことは言っていないはずだ。
何を言っているの。殺して皆を幸せにするのよ。
断じて母じゃない。貴様、何者だ。
私の呪縛を破るなんて気に入ったわ。
許さん。貴様には死すら生ぬるい。
ゆっくりと虜にしてあげる。いらっしゃい、坊や。
I can never quite tell. So it's confirmed from official art that the succubus's boobs are hanging out, but I can never quite tell if her crotch is hanging out too.
この血の匂い。なぜ夜の一族の血の匂いが。まさか。この強さ、そして美しさ。ああ、間違いないわ。あなたは伯爵様の。
夢の世界での死は精神の死だ。抜け殻のまま永遠にさまようがいい。
待って、お願い。
Much better voice acting than in the PS1 English version. I have to say, the PS1 English version, I think I used the word farcical in my commentary, and I would stand by that. This is, of course, much more professional, as you would expect of Japanese VAs. Yeah, the succubus, I still don't quite understand what's going on at the end of the succubus fight, because I mean, I guess he must be killing her, but it seems like there's like something else going on that I don't get, because it seems like, I mean, she didn't, I guess, I mean, because she didn't know he was Dracula's son until after the fight was over, although I don't know how you wouldn't pick up on that. The dude looks exactly like Dracula. But you know what? Succubi probably aren't hired because of their intelligence. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing to incorporate into Castlevania as like sexy monsters. That's sort of a running thing in Symphony of the Night that's relatively new. I'm trying to think back to previous Castlevania games and like, were any of the enemies in any of their Castlevania games like sexy? Not that I can recall. Oh, I guess Camilla from Rondo, sure. And then anything else that I'm not remembering? Camilla from Rondo. I'm pretty sure that's it. Like all iterations of Medusa in the games are usually not not like super overtly sexualized. I feel I'm racking my brain to make sure there's nothing I'm forgetting. Oh, I guess in Bloodlines when you fight Chad's girlfriend, the penultimate boss, then she's kind of hot, but she just kind of looks like a lady. She doesn't look like a sexy monster. She kind of goes from being a gross monster to a sexy lady. In Symphony of the Night, there's much more of a blend. Like you have the ladies in the long hallway who are are part of the monster, coming out of the tails of the monsters. You've got the succubus, and then you've got the Medusa boss. The Medusa boss in Symphony of the Night, which they just decided to design with a giant ass, which is really not the direction. If you were going to make a Medusa enemy that was sexualized, that's really not the direction I would. That's not the first direction I would think to go in. But clearly, these people are more creative than I am. So was I making a point? I don't know. It's just an interesting evolution of the. It's an interesting thing that's different in the later games. Is how I will conclude this very awkward line of thinking. And perhaps how I should terminate it. And also, I also think I think I said something before about Alucard having like a little bit of like a Hamlet Oedipus thing going on, and I mentioned how Alucard's mom has like a woman with long blonde hair, and then Maria is also kind of like a tall, statuesque looking lady with long blonde hair, and there's a little something going on there. But also, the succubus disguises itself as his mom, which is a little bit a little bit strange. I mean, you can understand why he would take offense to that, but it's also a weird... it's a weird decision on the succubus's part, too. Oh, this is interesting. So the crystal cloak in the PS1 version, which is the cloak that I just got, is supposed to be, like, transparent. And if you watch the PS1 footage, it's like... It's kind of like... It's like purple on one side, and then the underside is transparent, or something like that. In the Saturn version, the transparency effects just flat out do not work, so they decided to make it solid white instead, which I actually kind of like the look of. I always like designs that incorporate black and white. I like that look. Does kind of look like it's clipping a little bit with his armor, so that's not great, but generally I like the color combination of it. Yeah, I guess nobody must know about Dracula's, because I keep thinking about the fact that the succubus doesn't know that Alucard is Dracula's son until after she fights him, because I guess she knew about... She was able to conjure up that whole scenario with Alucard's mom, but she must not have known... She must have just seen that in Alucard's memories and not have understood, oh, this chick in his memories, his mom in his memories is also Dracula's old wife. Maybe the minions of Dracula don't know about his dead wife. You probably wouldn't tell your subordinates about that. Dracula doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would spill his guts out to his underlings about, like, I've been very sad lately because I'm remembering my dead wife. Lisa was killed by humans. Like, I don't think he would talk about that to anybody. Although it would be pretty funny if he talked about that to, like, I don't know, like Frankenstein, like a monster that, like, can't talk back, it just listens to him. Definitely wouldn't talk about it to Shaft, because Shaft is not the kind of guy I think who would care about that kind of shit at all. Shaft would not be very sympathetic. That's my feeling. It would really ruin the mystique of the Lord of Darkness if like you got this guy who idolizes you and who goes to all this trouble to bring you back to life, and then you tell him, oh, the reason I'm evil is actually because I'm just, like, sad about my dead wife. That's pretty unmystifying. I think you want to maintain that distance, that aura of mystery and leadership. The Dracula school of leadership. Never talk to anyone. Sit in a chair by yourself all day, and throw wine glasses on the ground that shatter all over the place and make someone else clean up all the glass. That's probably what the Igors do, the flea men, the hunchbacks. They scamper around sweeping up glass. All day and night. All day and night. Are the statues with one boob hanging out in the loading transitions there censored in the PS1 version? I actually never really noticed. I'd have to go back and look. Come on, it's tasteful nudity. They're marble statues. Surely even the psychotic American localizers wouldn't censor classical Hellenistic architecture. Well, actually they would, because they censored it when it was in fucking 8-bit in Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 3, but that's from the fucking 1980s. And I assumed that by 97 they'd chilled out a little bit on that kind of thing. That's one of the strangest, like, I don't know, American cultural attitudes towards nudity. We're very strange, we Americans, when it comes to nudity and sexuality and that kind of thing. Female nudity, really, because the werewolf can flash you and have his, like, dick hanging out if Dracula acts, and apparently that's totally fine, but whenever there's like some topless statues, or if the Medusa boss from Dracula's Curse has a couple of pixels on its chest that vaguely resemble boobs, then we gotta cut that shit ASAP. So it's some kind of weird ass ancient Puritan mentality. It's unfortunate. Not a big deal. Not you know. What am I? Oh right. Okay. Yeah. This was an innovation I made in the route. So usually the way that I would do this part of the game before is that I would clear out the mine, clear out the catacombs, then backtrack up to the mine, and then take the mine teleport back out to the entrance to go to the chapel to get the silver ring. But what I eventually decided to start doing was just clear out the catacombs, then use a library card at the very end of the catacombs to teleport back to the library, then go from the library to the wall and use the wall teleport to go to the entrance to go to the chapel to get the silver ring. And then from the silver ring, go get the holy glasses. Oh, it's talking. Oh shit, I talked over the demon saying his little thing. Oh, whatever. You probably heard it. The Hajime Mashite something something. I like how he looks at the camera. That's cute. These are like a weird. These enemies are weird. The like floating witch enemies shooting holy fire at you in the mine. I don't quite get it. Speaking of music, the mine also has like a really interesting soundtrack. The strange like sound effects in the background. It sounds like a witch cry or something. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but you probably know what I'm talking about. It's the weird vocalizations you can hear in the background. So it's like it sounds like witches, and there's like witches down here. I don't know. I feel like it's very odd because they're called witches, but they've got like holy halos, and they shoot holy fire at you. I don't get it. I do know that there's something in the Castlevania Netflix show about witches and like persecution of witches, like wrongful persecution of witches, like because Sypha was like a good witch, but she had to disguise herself as a man because they were gonna witch hunt her anyway, which is I guess a nod to how in Dracula's Curse, when the dialogue prompt pops up to ask you whether or not you want to bring Sypha with you as a companion or not, it asks you if you want to bring him with you or not. Which I always assumed was a mistake, but I read something that said that was actually put in intentionally to deliberately obfuscate Sypha's gender, but I don't really... That doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know why you'd do that. Because I'm pretty sure Sypha looks like a lady anyway in the game. Like, you kind of... I feel like you can kind of see her you know, her what's-its. Her, you know what I mean. Her, you know what I'm saying? Those things. This commentary has gotten very randy all of a sudden. I gotta cool off a little bit. The catacombs are a cool zone. I like Symphony of the Night's environments generally, but this part of the castle is a bit annoying. Or I shouldn't say annoying. Well, it is annoying because of the gremlins. But look at, okay, that's new to the Saturn version. They don't fucking spaz out when they die in the PS1 version of the game. This part of the game is kind of like, oh, what game is it? I was just complaining about this. It's kind of like the Alucard route, fittingly, I guess, in Dracula's Curse, where the second half of the Alucard route is kind of like cave level, and then cave level, and then cave level. That's kind of what this part of the game is like, where it's like caverns, and then it's like the mine, which is pretty much just kind of like slightly different caverns, and the catacombs, which is also underground, but but the backgrounds are slightly more interesting and the enemies are more annoying. So it's kind of three not super interesting zones all right next to each other. Although I like this room with like the shadow on the wall. That's new. I get the hard expansion that I missed in my 200.6% run on PS1. Oh well. That's a mailbox. I just noticed that. Is that a mailbox? Hang on a sec. Why is Mewtwo trapped in a purple crystal back there? No, that's just a sign with an arrow pointing. I'm noticing so much that I didn't notice before. Yeah, the catacombs backgrounds are kind of more interesting than the catacombs themselves in terms of like the gameplay. Like these enemies are not super interesting to me. I guess the boss is pretty neat. But the gremlins are not. The gremlins are not really fun to fight, and thornweeds are an enemy that I think you could probably take every instance of thornweeds. Oh, that's the lyrics, the thing that if you equip, you can get the fairy to sing you a song. Thornweeds are probably an enemy that you could excise every instance of, and I don't think it would make the game worse in any way. The gremlins are at least, I mean, they're annoying, but they're clearly annoying by design, and they're supposed to be a unique environmental hazard. But they're not fun to fight. I guess most enemies in Symphony of the Night aren't exactly like fun to fight because they just kind of die in one or two swings anyway, so maybe that's a moot point. Anyway, we're coming up on the boss here. A boss that I never really felt like I figured out a good way to fight. Because I feel like he just kind of... Now that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Destroying the middle section first. That's kind of the power of the sword. That's actually where the sword does make a difference. Because in a lot of boss fights, like on Olrox just likes to fucking wander around. And the sword, as a consequence, sometimes has trouble hitting him. But for a boss like this is like the perfect boss for the sword. Because it's huge, and the sword can get kind of near it and still hit parts of it. And if the sword does hit it, it's going to hit it like over and over again. Because it is so big, there's so much surface area for the sword to stay in contact with, for the swing to keep impacting. I like this room. I like the giant pile of skulls. I don't actually, I mean, I think the boss is neat conceptually, but I don't like any boss really that's just a giant like pile of dead bodies. It's cool. It's interesting, I guess, but it's not cool. Like how Mewtwo back there is cool. Or I guess it could be Geeg from Earthbound. Or from Mother 1, I guess I should say. And somehow, even in spite of all of my cursed prison levels, I still am not at the Icebrand strength breakpoint, which doesn't make any sense to me. But I put the Icebrand on anyway because it deals double damage to gremlins, and it's gonna kill them faster. That's actually pretty annoying. If you're gonna like just make the game even easier by giving me extra levels in the cursed prison, you might as well give me enough levels to fucking hit the Icebrand breakpoint. That doesn't make sense. That actually doesn't make sense. Because I know for a fact I've gotten to the catacombs at Icebrand strength before on the PS1 version with no cursed prison level ups, no underground garden, no nothing. So now here I am in the Saturn version where I gained like 3 or 4 extra levels in the cursed prison, and I don't have enough strength to fully utilize the Icebrand. I don't know. Something's gone wrong here. Maybe it has something to do with the way that leveling in Symphony of the Night works. I don't know. I don't know how leveling in Symphony of the Night works, honestly. I don't actually know what, like, I don't know, like, can I, like, just not get EXP from enemies that are below a certain level? So do I actually, by going to the Cursed Prison and getting those levels, do I actually, like, fuck myself by preventing myself from getting any EXP from later enemies? That if I were lower level I would be getting EXP from? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I honestly feel like if you're gonna have a weapon be available, you should just, like, I don't know. The whole strength breakpoint thing is kind of not super fun. Because it's like you get the weapon, but you don't really get the weapon because you're not high level enough yet. And in a game like this, where, like, I don't know. I guess it's to balance it, right? It's to prevent the game from becoming even easier than it already is. Which is like, okay, alright, fine. You know what else sucks too? Is that you have there's actually 3 elemental themed swords. There's Ice Brand, there's Fire Brand, and there's Thunder Brand. But the problem is that Ice Brand is the only guaranteed drop of those 3 swords. There's no guaranteed Fire Brand or guaranteed Thunder Brand anywhere in the game, as far as I'm aware of. So even though they all have these different elemental properties and different elemental attacks, you have to go much more out of your way to get Firebrand or Thunderbrand. Firebrand or Thunderbrand, they are random drops from some enemies, and then you can buy them from the librarian, and they're like 10,000 each, but again, it would make more of a difference if elemental weaknesses were more relevant in the standard gameplay. Like if there were more bosses with obvious elemental weaknesses. I know that, or at least I'm pretty sure that the mummy boss in the reverse castle is weak to fire, but you can just use holy water for that. Interesting. I'm putting on the spike breaker far ahead of time because I want to go to the long hallway room in the chapel that has the silver ring in it, and that has spikes in it. And I'm just, as long as I'm opening up the inventory to equip the library card, I guess I'm figuring I might as well use the same inventory time to equip the spike breaker. And I think I'm going to talk to the librarian too. One slight subtle difference between the Saturn version and the PS1 version is that when you use the library card in the PS1 version, it teleports you right outside the librarian's room. But then when you use it in the Saturn version, it teleports you right inside the librarian's room. So now I have a chance to get the medal, use the last of the gold that I've accumulated. I approve. I approve. Nothing feels bad than wasted resources, and having a bunch of gold sitting around in my inventory that I'm not using feels bad. So I'm glad that I was able to squeeze a little bit more value out of a little bit more gold before the game's currency becomes completely irrelevant. Which it now is, because I'm never going back in there. The only thing I could think to buy from the librarian late game is, I guess, he has a cloak called Joseph's Cloak, which I assume is better than every other cloak in the game. Except maybe the Alucard cloak? But what's cool about Joseph's Cloak is that you can customize what color it is. There's some setting you can go to in the game's like settings, some color setting, and it'll set the color of the cloak. I don't know, but I don't know how like specific you can get with that though. Not that it matters. It's just a neat thing. But I never bothered getting it because by the time, I think the price is like 30,000 gold. By the time you have 30,000 gold, you're in the reverse castle, almost definitely. Unless you're like farming, I guess, or unless you're using the jewel sword. Um, and if you're in the reverse castle, then like going all the way back to the normal library, normal castle, then going all the way back to the reverse castle is kind of a giant pain in the ass. And Joseph's Cloak Like having like a one or two more points of defense doesn't really feel like it's worth it for that kind of trouble. Yeah, I wish I could spend more time in the entrance because I like the music so much. And the part that I like the most is towards the end of the track, so there have been multiple times where I'll go back to the entrance and then I'll have to leave right before I get to the part that I really like. I also swear to God that there's like pictures of Ridley on the wall in the entrance. Or it's something that sure looks like Ridley. It could just be a depiction of the dragon from Rondo, I guess, but Ridley is also a dragon, so therefore he looks like a dragon, so therefore the drawings look like Ridley. Imagine that. You know, this place is called the Alchemy Laboratory, but it's very elaborate for an alchemy lab. And it's kind of there's very I mean, okay, I guess there's like tables with test tubes on them, but the level doesn't feel very laboratory-ish. It feels just kind of like castle interior. Like you fight fucking Slogger and Gaben here. You don't fight like some fucked up science experiment. You don't fight like a scientist. You don't fight like in Super Castlevania 4 when you fight the Frankenstein boss at the end of level 8. He's like throwing test tubes at you. And I guess it's implied, I guess it's like a joke. Because it's like Frankenstein is the name of the scientist, so here's the Frankenstein monster, but he's a scientist, so he's like the Frankenstein monster and the Frankenstein scientist. So that's pretty good, right? I actually do think that's pretty funny. If it's intentional, or if it was just like a basic like association thing. Ugh. Look at all that blood. That enemy there, the one with the little sword that like explodes into blood when you kill it. I actually don't really I couldn't really see what the Japanese name for the enemy was, but in English it's Bloody Zombie, which is appropriate. Castlevania has like I love the big occult symbols on the wall. I love the environments in Castlevania are very important. That's very important to get that right. So even though this area of the game doesn't really look like a laboratory to me, I don't really care because it still looks really cool. It just looks like a grandiose interior evil castle place, which is what it should look like. And I love the chapel too, actually. The chapel might be my favorite zone of the whole game in terms of its environmental design. It's so weird and off-putting. And it's an interesting thing to include. Like, why does the Satan-worshipping vampire have like a chapel with a bunch of Christian imagery in his evil lair? But then, like when you look at it, you see like the priest. It's gonna be visible in a second here. Yeah, the stained glass windows with like the priest, like blessing a skeleton or something, where it's like, yes, there's Christian imagery, but there's clearly something very wrong with the details of what's being portrayed. So it's more like a mockery or like a facsimile of something than it is something to be included sincerely or deliberately. Because you got to keep in mind, Dracula's castle by this time is not like a. It's not like this is a repurposed location. It's not like this is something that somebody built and then Dracula like took it over and changed it. This is like entirely generated by just like the presence of Dracula. I don't know if there's any Castlevania games where that's not the case. Presumably in Castlevania 3, Dracula's castle is just his actual castle, but everything after that point, he just kind of shows up and just kind of conjures the castle with it. So the fact that there's this big chapel in there is very interesting to me. And you could read, I mean, you could read a lot into that, I think. one of the things about the dub script in Symphony of the Night that I appreciated the most. I mean, there's two big things. There's what is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. That's the iconic one. And then there's the fact that when Dracula um, dies at the end, he recites a quote from the Bible, which I think is very interesting. It's like it's like that combined with the presence of the chapel in the castle. It's like there's this tiny little hint of like Dracula perhaps remembering when he was a human, or like the last shreds of whatever humanity is left in him, sort of like barely being visible or barely peeking up to the surface right before he passes. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. It's not like it's a very delicate balancing act I think you have to do with storyline and video games, where you don't want too much, but a little bit of it in there, a little bit of characterization, a little bit of melodrama, if it's not too obnoxious, if it doesn't overstay its welcome, if it fits thematically, is, I think, a benefit. I was thinking about this before, about how Castlevania is a series that takes place in older times. So I think it's best for the storyline and the dialogue to match that setting. And that sounds like common sense, right? That sounds like just how you would write it anyway, but something about the Castlevania show, which I haven't watched, because why would I? But one thing that I do happen to know about... Okay, I swear to God those Blade Masters have less health in the Saturn version than they do in the PS1 version. I swear to God they take more than like 66 damage to kill in the PS1 version. Anyway, one thing that I do know about the Castlevania Netflix series is that they like swear a lot, which I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people in the 15th century probably swore in real life, like whatever a 15th century swear would be in Eastern Europe. But like, there's this certain concept. There's a concept in storytelling. It's a term that was coined by Mark Rosewater. Mark Rosewater is a guy who works on Magic the Gathering. I think he does a lot of stuff. I think he does some lore, like writing stuff, and then I think he does some setting design, and then I think he probably does some like mechanical design. I think he does all sorts of stuff, and or at least did when I was paying attention to Magic the Gathering. He might not even work there anymore. He might have been fired. He might have been canceled. He might have had sexual abuse allegations against him. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, I gotta shut up. Don't sue me, Mark Rosewater.
どうリヒターは見つかった？
探してる男かどうかは知らんが、ベルモンドのものなら見かけた。
本当？やっぱりここに来てたのね。
だが、奴は敵として現れた。しかもこの城の城主として。
そんなはずないわ。でも、もしそれが本当なら、きっと訳があるはずよ。ごめんなさい。私、行かなきゃ。
It's a concept that Mark Rosewater talked about called resonance. And what resonance, and the example he used was a fictional setting in Magic the Gathering, which featured this faction of evil vampires that were dressed like Spanish conquistadors. And he says that's an example of resonance, where basically you're taking an idea that people are already, that you know your audience will be familiar with, like European colonial powers, and you apply it to the aesthetics of a setting to basically convey something purely through the visuals of it. Like, you know what a conquistador is, or at least I hope you do. So if you see characters who are dressed as conquistadors, that carries a certain connotation, and you understand just by seeing that that means something, and you can make certain assumptions about the characters' roles in the story based off of that. I mean, you could call it lazy, maybe you could call it like taking shortcuts, but it's especially important for any kind of medium where it's super important to convey things in a way that's concise and visual. And that's important in like a card game like Magic the Gathering, where most of the story that you have to convey and the setting you have to convey is in like art on tiny pieces of cardboard. And it's important in video games too, and in storytelling in general, to say like to draw on things that you know the viewer or the audience will be familiar with, or just things that you know the audience will understand and will be able to integrate easily. So I bring this all up. I'm going on this long spiel because when you think of fiction from that era, when you think of older eras, 14th century, 15th century, you think like Shakespeare, right? You think Shakespearean drama. You don't think and that kind of storytelling carries with it a certain kind of dignity and a certain kind of weight. You don't really think about people saying fuck and shit and and ass and whatever the hell else they're saying in the Netflix Castlevania show. So I can't necessarily say as a criticism that people from the 15th century wouldn't have necessarily talked like that, but it feels weird based on the common cultural understanding of that time period to include those kinds of elements when it feels like they don't belong. Now, I'm going to contrast this with what's a good example? Like a show like the HBO show Deadwood. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that at all. Um, it takes place in the Wild West, and there's lots of swearing in there. And now, if you think about how media generally portrays the Wild West, people aren't usually saying like motherfucker and like fuck all the time because it's mostly Western films that are supposed to be more, I guess, widely accessible. But the thing is that Deadwood, the show, is a very grounded, gritty, violent HBO show, which is more about sort of the stark moral realities of this Wild West setting. So for it to feature coarse, rough characters who swear all the time, um, just makes sense thematically. For something like Castlevania, where it's this grandiose story about an evil vampire and about vampire hunters and this shit like I think I keep saying Hamlet, this like Shakespearean drama about a son uh, uh, killing his father or something, which I mean I assume that comes up in the Castlevania series because Alucard's in it. Um, the excessive swearing doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know if it's excessive. Because you know what? Here's an even better example: Game of Thrones. Right? Game of Thrones is fictional, of course. It's not purporting to be taking place in any particular time period in the real world. But I think everybody understands when you watch something like Game of Thrones that this is the kind of thing that's supposed to be hearkening to medieval Europe, and that's in that vein of classic Tolkien-esque fantasy. Emphasis on the esque, because Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings are much less similar, I think, than people assume. Um, I mean, they just get listed together because they're both just popular fantasy series. Anyway, my point is, in Game of Thrones, people swear all the time, right? People say fuck, and people talk about fucking whores and motherfucking. Well, they don't say motherfucker in Game of Thrones, but like bitch and harlot and well, no, not harlot, but whore, bitch, slut, fuck, shit. Uh, that comes up all the time in Game of Thrones. That's because Game of Thrones, like Deadwood, is more about is something that's trying to be closer to reality, trying to be closer to the unpleasant realities of medieval style politics, where it's a fantasy show because there are dragons in it, but really most of it is like political intrigue, or at least when it's good, that's what it is. Um, so it's more about something that's more realistic and something that's more grounded. So it makes sense for people to speak in a way that specifically undercuts the clean-cut image of that era and of that style of fiction. So when people say fucking shit all the time in Game of Thrones, that's why it makes sense to me. I don't know what about Castlevania would prompt you to write it in that way, because it doesn't seem because the concept of Castlevania is very much the opposite of something like Game of Thrones, right? I mean, I haven't seen the show, so I don't know if they try to do some weird shit where it's like Dracula's not a bad guy or something. But I'm guessing. I mean, I played Dracula's Curse. I'm guessing that the show is that Dracula's evil and that people have to defeat him, right? So if you're not trying to tell a story that's about these grittier elements, then the choice to use that style of language for it doesn't make intuitive sense to me. Oh, and I should talk a little bit about what's actually happening on screen in front of me. I'm gonna skip. There's a puzzle in the clock tower where you hit gears to open up a gate to get some items. I'm skipping it here because I'm just going for the best ending, which means 196% map completion, which means that there are some things that I can skip. And I'm skipping this in particular because it's just really annoying to actually do. And this is new. This cloak that I just got there is a Saturn version edition, and this one's actually pretty neat because it constantly changes color. It sort of cycles back and forth between these, it cycles through these two colors at once. And it's especially a shame that my route is the way that it is, because the way that my route is set up is that I always do the clock tower last, so I get the most visually interesting cloak for the shortest period of time. Because the blood cloak you get from the Colosseum to the caverns, crystal cloak, up until I guess this. But then I'm only gonna have this for like 20 minutes because I'm gonna get the royal cloak from the reverse castle as soon as I get there. So unfortunately, it would have been nice if they'd replaced, maybe if they like moved items around instead, like they replaced, like they moved the royal cloak back here and they give you the fancy color changing cloak for the reverse castle, because you end up with the royal cloak for pretty much the entirety of the reverse castle. Or at least I do the way I play it. I guess if you really wanted to, you could go back to the librarian and buy Joseph's cloak with all the money you get in the reverse castle and then try to do something with that, but the way that I play it, I just have the blue royal cloak on the whole time. Not that I have a problem with the color blue, but it's obviously not as interesting as the magic Technicolor rainbow cape that Alucard has on now. Some of the Saturn changes are a lot of the Saturn changes actually are kind of mystifying. I don't understand exactly why they felt like they needed to put a cape here. I don't understand what the purpose of the cursed prison is. I don't really understand. The cursed prison is hard. It's hard to actually integrate into my route, but it feels like it's supposed to be the opposite. It feels like it's supposed to be positioned conveniently so that you can use it to get between places more easily. And I guess if I was playing this game more casually, like I wasn't trying to figure out a good route right from the start, then maybe it would be. But the thing is that every time you have to go through that place, you have to go through these like 3 really long hallways. So I don't know. The underground garden is a little more interesting because it's I actually thought that the gardens were outside of the castle. Like you go outside the castle, sort of like to where the game starts when Alucard's running through the woods with the owls, and then you go to the garden there. But instead it's just sort of like another underground level that's really short. But the underground garden at least looks more different and it has a boss fight, and it seems a little bit more creative. Although I guess if you were going to cut any of them, you would probably cut the gardens because they're completely out of the way. If you were concerned about maneuvering through the castle. Anyway, Yeah, I went on that long circuitous spiel about uh, resonance and storytelling because I haven't seen the Netflix Castlevania series, but the fact that they swear a lot is sort of an odd like that I know that about the show means I'll probably never watch it because it feels like a decision that they made because it's like, well, it's a show set in olden times, and Game of Thrones was a show set in olden times, and Game of Thrones is successful because it had fantasy stuff for the nerds, but then it also had gay sex and people saying fuck all the time. So we're just gonna do that because of Game of Thrones. I think you'd have a very hard time convincing me that that wasn't the thought process. Not that there's anything wrong with, you know, not that there's anything wrong with gay sex. I shouldn't have said gay sex. I just said sex. Sex and people saying fuck. That's kind of like the thing that Game of Thrones added to get people who are normal to watch a fantasy show. So they just sort of try to integrate that. Uh, what a hellish world we live in. And Dracula's not even here, so imagine how worse it would be if he was here. This part is so fucking obnoxious. I hate this part. Like, the part with the flea riders, it doesn't look that bad because I've done it so many times, so I'm kind of used to where they tend to show up. But there are lots of times that I've tried to clear out this section of the map. Um, like get the areas up in the sky while those fucking flea riders are flying around, and they have this weird-ass flight path where they'll, like loop around in a circle that seems to change its trajectory based on whether you're like facing them or not. So it's like you're trying to move, and then as you're moving, you're unintentionally fucking up their movement patterns, and then when you try to respond to their movement patterns by moving yourself, it like changes their movement patterns again, and they fucking hit you. It's the most obnoxious shit. So that's why I do that little run along the bottom of the room before I fly up, is just to bait them all down and kill them all so that I can actually finish up the room. Why am I going back inside? Oh, I know why. Because it's because I forgot to get the holy glasses. I was like all amped up to like go fight Richter, but I forgot that I have to actually go get the holy glasses from the clock room. And we're gonna come up now on what is, I think, actually, you know what? I think I fucked this up. I think I teleport when I don't mean to teleport. No, I don't. Okay, good. I think I was doing that before. Um, what was I talking about? Flea riders. Yeah, I hate any enemy that flies around, and then as you're trying to dodge them, as they're flying around, you like end up changing the way they're flying around, and then they just fucking hit you. It's so annoying. Flying enemies are hard enough to hit as is without them fucking like responding to your attempts to move away from them and like changing up their whole shit. I can swear just fine because I'm a man on YouTube who's talking about video games, so it would be weird if I didn't swear. But if I was a character in a Shakespearean drama set in the 16th century or 15th century, then hopefully I would not be swearing so much. Although YouTube does want to make swearing a thing of the past, I do know this, that like, I think there was some summoning salt video about Mega Man that got summoning salts, I guess YouTube guy talks about speedruns. There was some video of his that got taken down because like some clip he had from a stream of a guy getting a Mega Man world record. The guy said fuck. And apparently that was grounds for the video getting taken down, and then when he re-uploaded it, he had to age restrict it because someone said fuck. Who the hell are these people kidding? Like, are you serious? Like, who cares? I don't know. If I keep talking about this, I could go into a whole other spiel. I'm trying to talk about Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I'm trying to talk about the Sega Saturn. I'm not trying to talk about Summoning Salt, so I gotta refocus. We're coming up now on a pretty interesting, probably one of the most interesting Saturn changes, which is the inclusion of a boss fight with Maria in the middle of the castle before you get the holy glasses. And this is probably the hardest boss fight in the game. In terms of the danger that it presents when you actually, in terms of how easy it is to die, because at this point there's sort of a natural cap on your power level. You don't have a whole other castle to go through. before the Dracula fight. You don't have like access to Crusadegrim or anything like that, so you can still. Oh, I gotta stop talking.
アルカード、
その声はマリアか。
ごめんなさい。やっぱりあなたの言った通りだった。
やはりベルモンドだったか。
私には彼の意志だとは思えない。でも私の力では彼を、リヒターを止めることはできない。
だが止めねばならん。
分かってる。だから悪いけど、あなたの力試させてもらうわ。
You can still die is what I'm getting at. And Maria does a fucking ton of damage. The only reason, but now I do a ton of damage because what I've done here is I've put on the Mormagil, which is a sword you get in the catacombs, which does dark damage. And Maria and I'm pretty sure Richter are both weak to dark damage. So what I'm doing here is I just put on that sword, and then I drink an attack potion, and I just try to kill her as quickly as I possibly can. Which is very difficult, because as you can see, she is doing 40 damage to me per shot, which means I can actually die, and she has this fucking rainbow shield around herself, which means that the range at which I can actually hit her with my sword without taking damage and getting knocked back is extremely specific. So, look at that. Look at how close I am, and I still can't hit her. Am I freaking out? I think I'm freaking out at this point, and I don't want to, like, die. So I'm gonna... Am I gonna, like, eat food or something? I don't know what I'm doing. Am I gonna eat a Frankfurter? Am I looking for a shield potion? Okay, I'm gonna drink an elixir. Okay. Now and then she dies. Right after I drink my elixir and get myself back to full. But that's how it goes sometimes.
さすがね。これならきっと。お願い、リヒターを助けてあげて。
その保証はできん。だが必ず奴を止めてみせる。
それも仕方ないことね。そうだ、これを持って行って。
これは
身につけていれば邪悪な幻を見破ることができるはずよ。
そうか。では奴が死なずに済むよう祈っているがいい。
Actually, that's how it goes a lot of the time in my experience, because sometimes it'll be like a psychological thing, where having more health means you are more likely to play aggressively, and playing aggressively is often the correct decision in Castlevania games. So it's sort of like, oh, and I didn't even have the right fucking items on that I wanted to have on. Oh well, probably a minor issue ultimately. So that's the Maria fight. As you can see, I spent half the fight in bat form, hiding like a little bitch, because I didn't want her to fucking kill me, because her attacks do 40 damage a pop, even if you have like the diamond plate, and even if you have even if you're high level, even if you've cleared out the rest of the entire castle, she's pretty tough, which was an interesting decision. The thing that makes it hard is the shield around her, and the shield around her, and the fact that you're fighting her in a closet. Those are the two things that make that fight really difficult, and the fact that she does 40 damage per hit. I think her attacks might be elemental in some way, shape, or form. So maybe if I had, although the thing is that the ruby circlet, which makes you immune to fire, is not available until the reverse castle. The only circlets you could get in the normal castle are the anti-poison circlet, the anti-cat damage circlet, and then the anti-holy damage circlet. But the anti-holy damage circlet is a random drop from the witches, the floating holy witch ladies in the mine. So that's not like it's not easily available. So you might not necessarily have it. If all her attacks are holy, because a lot of Richter's attacks are holy, or all of Richter's attacks are holy pretty much, except for the physical attack of his whip. So if you have that circlet for the Richter fight, then most of his most dangerous attacks don't do anything to you. But if the same is true with Maria and all her attacks are holy, then I guess if you wanted to like farm for the circlet off the witches, then you could do that to make the fight easier, but I don't think that's strictly necessary. I think if you just do what I did there, if you just have Mormagil, you just hit her a couple times, and then you just play patiently for the rest of it. Once she starts phase 2 and she gets that shield around herself, then I think you will probably be in good shape. Maybe just abusing invincibility frames, like what happened at the end there, where she kicked me and then I took 1 damage instead of 40 damage because I didn't get hit by one of her magic attacks, which meant that I was safe to actually get close, like through her shield and hit her. It's also possible that Tetra Spirit would be good in that fight, but the problem with that is that it's hard to stay on the ground for very long in the Maria fight because she has this tendency to constantly shoot her giant fire wave attack at you, which covers the entire ground. So I don't know if you necessarily have time to like just shoot off a Tetra Spirit before she just starts hitting you again. So that fight is interesting. It's interesting that the Sega Saturn version added a what I would describe as a relatively difficult boss fight. Definitely difficult on the Symphony of the Night curve, which I appreciate. I think Maria should be overpowered. The fucking strongest character in Castlevania. And actually, what I should have done is I should have really there are several things I should have done. I should have gone into this room before I fought Maria, and I should have done that for a couple reasons. Number 1, obviously to get the extra health, just in case. Number 2, I feel like the ghost card that I picked up there at the bottom would actually be pretty good for the Maria fight. I never use the ghost card in this footage or in most footage that I collect because in general circumstances the ghost card is not good. The ghost is like a little skull that follows you around, and then it will latch on to a specific enemy and then deal damage to that enemy over time. The key problem with that, of course, is the 2 words over time, because fights in Symphony of the Night tend not to last long enough for a damage over time effect to be desirable, where in practice it's just going to do less damage. By the time the battle is over, it will always have done less damage than something like, even the Devil that will do small amounts of damage immediately instead of a moderate amount of damage over time. So the Ghost in general gameplay is not useful, but for that Maria fight, where you're in the same tiny room with her at all times, that's another thing, is that if the enemy that the Ghost is attached to leaves the screen, the Ghost also leaves the enemy. But in that Maria fight, the quarters are so close that probably won't happen.
待ちかねたぞ。
答えろ。なぜベルモンドがドラキュラ復活を企む？
伯爵は100年に一度しか蘇らん。そして俺の役目は終わった。だが俺の血が戦いを求めている。奴さえ復活すれば戦いは永遠に続くのだ。
その考えが己自身のものならそれもよかろう。
So that plus the fact that you spend so much time in bat form, so the fight goes on for a pretty long time, and so the Ghost would probably actually be useful there. I still don't have the fucking strength breakpoint for the Ice Brand. This is so frustrating. Not that it matters, I guess.
だがまだ終わらぬ。伯爵様の復活は目の前なのだ。
There's that little filter over Shaft's voice that makes it hard to hear what he's saying. I mean, I guess if you understand Japanese, it's fine. Probably. I don't know. Here's the unfortunate Saturn version of these already kind of unfortunate PS1 cutscenes. The Richter fight is much less threatening than the Maria fight because he doesn't seem to do as much damage. And I guess if I really wanted to, I could have drank a shield potion for the Maria fight, which would probably help. But, well, not probably, would definitely help, but I wanted to save the shield potion for the Richter fight because I felt like I had a good system for defeating Maria quickly, which I kind of did and kind of didn't. The thing is that Shaft in the Richter fight doesn't have any like elemental weaknesses you can exploit to kill him super fast the way that Maria does. Come on, load, load.
俺としたことがくそなんてことだ。
ありがとう、アルカード。リヒターを助けてくれて。
アルカードまさか我が祖先ラルフと共にドラキュラを倒した。
そんなことはどうでもいい。お前を操っていた者はあの城にいるのか？
ああ、そのはずだ。
マリア、リヒターを連れて城を出ろ。あとは俺がやる。
ええ、わかったわ。
Oh, and this is another new Saturn thing. I now have the Richter dash boots, which means that I can now run by double tapping the directional. I can now run by double tapping left or double tapping right, which I'm probably not going to do that much because I think I had a tendency to forget that I could do that. But if nothing else, it does make navigating the reverse castle slightly easier. And of course, doesn't solve the big problem with navigating the reverse castle, which is that you have to go into bat form so much. But it does mean that for the parts of the game where you are just running on the ground, you have an option to go faster. So I guess that's better than nothing. But I think it's a pretty superfluous addition, and I also think that having to double tap to run fast is really annoying. I think it would make more sense if it just gave you a flat buff to your movement speed. Why is my strength so low? I keep thinking about the fact that I'm still not at the Ice Brand strength breakpoint. I'm not over that. Can you guys hear that? Every time I ask that, I've asked that in other videos before, because, okay, I live near a street, and there are these fucking people outside sometimes who just, like, love to rev their engines really loudly, and I'm always worried that the mic is going to pick it up, but it never actually does. Whenever I go back and look at the audio of one of these videos, and it's always like nothing happens, and then I ask, oh, did you guys hear that? I was like, no, they didn't. They're not going to hear it. They will never hear it. So I shouldn't even ask. So yeah, it would have been nicer if the dash boots just gave you a flat movement speed buff, but I guess I can't really complain that it exists. Or maybe like it would have been nice if, like, I don't know, if like bat form went faster, like your bat form flies around faster. That'd be cool. What the hell? That looks different, doesn't it? I think that looks different. I think that does. I think that's not how that looks in the PS1 version. I don't entirely understand what all goes into a port of a game. I don't understand really, and I don't really know what the Saturn could or couldn't do. I don't know how many visual changes in the Saturn are deliberate or just the result of limitations of the hardware. Because there are some things in the Saturn version that I think are cooler visually, like the sword I think looks better in the Saturn version than the PS1 version, but there's other things that are like that are not like that. I think the redesign of Richter is just kind of confusing to me, because I don't think there's anything wrong with the way Richter looked in the PS1. Well, okay, the way Richter looked in the PS1 version is the way Richter looked in Rondo of Blood, and of course he no longer looks... If you look at his character portrait, he now has these new Kojima designs, which are not the same as how he looked in Rondo. So I actually do understand the desire to give Richter a new character appearance in the Saturn version, like the new sprite, but I don't know. I mean, it didn't necessarily bother me either way. Fun fact about the reverse castle: when you first get into the reverse castle, there's actually a if you want to get all the rooms in the normal castle, then you have to go there's a square on the map above, because when you first go to the reverse castle, you just auto-run right to the teleporter, right? You auto-run to the teleporter, you run on it, you get teleported upward. There's a square right above the square the teleporter is in, which if you just take the automatic teleport up to the castle and then never go back, you will never get. So the smartest thing to do is to teleport up to the reverse castle in the cutscene, then teleport right back down, and like bat form or super jump up to get the square above you. But I think in the Saturn version, it fills in that square automatically, which of course is appreciated. Um, although, I mean, I think it's automatically filled in. It looks like it's automatically filled in on the map. Anyway, the reverse castle. I think I said in my PS1 commentary video that the reverse castle is sort of the weaker part of Symphony of the Night the compared to the normal castle, and there's a couple of things that go into that. One of them, to be honest, is the music in the reverse castle. The music is kind of lackluster. The music in Symphony of the Night in general is not spectacular in my opinion. I think that there's a couple of tracks I really like. I like the clock tower music, the normal castle. I like the entrance music. I think the boss fight music is a little bit like dull. It's a little like blunt and kind of uninspired. But I do think that the music in the normal castle is better than the music in the reverse castle. The music in the reverse castle plays the same song that's not that good in most of it. Like the same song plays in the reverse clock tower, in the reverse wall, in the reverse gallery, and I think in the reverse laboratory. And then the same song plays in the reverse caverns that plays in the reverse chapel. And I don't particularly like any of those songs. I don't think any of them are really that good. And the reverse catacombs has a new song in it too, but I also don't really think that one's very good. So that's a pretty big problem in my opinion with the reverse castle, is the fact that the musical selections are subpar. So it's like that plus the bat form problem combines to create something that is unfortunately not. And you know what? Like I don't know. I don't know what I don't know, because I do kind of want to be lenient, because it's like you're basically creating an entire second part of the game. I mean, the reverse castle necessarily doesn't take as long as the normal castle because you have all the movement options right from the start. It's easier to navigate around. You don't really have to do as much backtracking, but you still are adding another sizable chunk of game time on. A sizable chunk of time onto the game, and I sort of don't want to be too hard on them for cutting corners, but at the same time, the corners were cut, and it does show in the final product. And it's especially disappointing because the clock tower music, like the normal castle clock tower music, is amazing. It's one of the best music tracks in the whole game. And then here we are in the reverse clock tower, and it's playing this, like, I don't know, this honestly pretty boring track that plays throughout 50% of the entire castle. I guess I like my music tracks to be more energetic, generally speaking. And a lot of the tracks in Symphony of the Night are not really like that. Yeah, the reverse clock tower. I do wonder sometimes if I made the right decision in planning out my route through the reverse castle by going reverse clock tower, but I talked a lot in my PS1 video about the many benefits that taking the reverse clock tower first provides you, even though you do have to go through this very obnoxious section without the gas cloud power up. And it does. I mean, it kind of feels like the game is leading you there because the bat is the easiest boss and the bat is right next to the clock tower, but at the same time, then there's the Medusa, and the Medusa is also really easy. It doesn't have that much health, and she's also accessible from the start. Yeah, so because I'm not going for 200% map completion, I completely skipped the gear puzzle in the reverse clock tower. Just like I skipped the gear puzzle in, I think, the regular clock tower. Because I do not want to fucking deal with it. I do not want to get, like, knocked around by Medusa heads and cloak knights for fucking 10 minutes while I'm trying to listen for a tiny sound among a cacophony of much larger sounds. And the only reason that I don't give the game too much shit for that is because it's a completely optional. It's just completely optional, and even in the context of 200% map completion, of course, it's not optional. But that's something that the game doesn't incentivize because it only wants you really to get 197 or 196%. So that doesn't really like bother me. And plus, the items that you get from doing both puzzles are completely pointless. They're completely irrelevant. Well, okay, actually, that's not true. The items in the normal castle gear puzzle room can be a slight upgrade. I think the steel helm is the highest defense helmet option you can get at that point in the game without relying on any random drops. And then in the reverse castle gear puzzle room, there's an accessory called the Sunstone. I think there's like a Sunstone and a Moonstone. Those are the two, and they will buff your stats depending on what time of day it is. Whatever time of day the console thinks it is. If the console thinks it's daytime, then the Sunstone will increase your stats. If it thinks it's nighttime, then the Moonstone or the Nightstone or whatever the hell it's called it will increase your stats. I chose to pretty much never use either of them because I didn't like the idea of having to keep track of what time it was and like swap out the accessories based on that, because I tend to play these games. I mean, I guess it could really be any point in time, but it's usually towards like the late afternoon or maybe into the evening. So, and I also don't know what time the emulator thinks it is. I don't really, and I don't want to like, I just didn't want to bother keeping track of that. So I just sort of ignored them, pretended they didn't exist, which may have been suboptimal because I think they do provide a pretty good buff to your stats. I think it's like 4 to every stat or 5 to every stat, which could actually be really good, especially in the context of trying to reach strength breakpoints. But like I said, I just didn't want to worry about it. I didn't want to think about it. I mean, if I was playing these games 100% of the time, always at night, then I would pretty much I would consider the Nightstone to just be a flat upgrade. But the fact that I'm playing in these hours that are where presumably at some point it could flip over, and I don't know what exactly the point is what the point in time is when the game decides that it's no longer nighttime or no longer daytime. So for all of those reasons, I don't use an item that I probably should have been using because it probably is the best option, but oh well. Oh well. The reverse castle is, I mean, as much as I criticize the reverse castle, I will say again what I said before in my PS1 videos, which is that it is an iconic thing. It's a really neat concept. I mean, you could say it's lazy, I guess, to just like pad out the game by another 2 hours just by taking all the environments you already made and flipping them upside down. But hey, you know what? I mean, if it works, maybe that's just economical use of development time. You know what I mean? Because I don't really have any complaints about Symphony of the Night being longer. I think that if it was just, I mean, this game is just so much fun that it's not like I feel that it like drags on for too long, the way that, say, I don't know, Super Castlevania 4 does, or at least Super Castlevania 4's levels do. And here, unfortunately, you are going to see some of that, or well, not actually not anymore, but back there in the first room of the reverse wall, you are going to see some of that graphical problems that I talked about, where the screen was de-stretched to make the sprites look more natural, but the consequence of that is that sometimes things peek through the top or the bottom that shouldn't. And back down there, in that previous place where the part of the wall that I just was, you can see a skeleton actually hanging off the edge, or here hanging up the edge, hanging up towards the sky, which is interesting. And I've read online that's a shame I didn't go back down. But if you go back, you'll see it. It's a shame, and I've read online that the skeleton is supposed to look like is supposed to be dressed up like Simon Belmont, like presumably SC4 or X86. Simon Belmont with like the furry shoes and like the Conan the Barbarian getup. And I mean, I guess I kind of see the resemblance. I don't know if that's necessarily intended to be Simon. If so, then that could be taken as I think I talked a lot, probably more than I should have, in my PS1 commentary about the potential controversy in the concept of this game, not just in the gameplay, but in the characterization, the character. Um, specifically the decision to essentially ditch the Belmonts as the main protagonists and replace them with Alucard. Oh, and I drank a luck potion before I went into the library to see if I could get any of the powerful drops in the library, because that's basically why the reverse library exists. It basically just exists to give you a chance to get Chrysagrim. Or Muramasa, or the Fist of Tolkis. Any of those would be interesting to have at this point. Which is why I drank the luck potion. Yeah, I talk about the potential controversy of replacing the Belmont protagonists with Alucard, and that combined with the overhaul in gameplay could be is a pretty massive change. And I was specifically comparing it to the way that people tend to react nowadays to protagonists being replaced or being upstaged or being the perception is that they're being disrespected in some fashion. The example that I used, which is an extreme example, would be like Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, right? Like people were upset that when he came back, he was portrayed in a way that was different from how they wanted him to be portrayed, and was replaced with Rey, this character who's like established to be all like stronger than him or whatever. And I talked about how if Symphony of the Night were to come out today, or in the modern cultural environment, then I think people would definitely have a big problem with Richter Belmont being mind controlled by Shaft, and with Alucard coming in and taking over, and everybody being turned into Bishonen pretty boys, that kind of thing. So in that context, having a skeletal Simon Belmont hanging off the edge of your castle could be seen as a sign of disrespect from the devs themselves, perhaps, if you were to look at it in that sense. No, I'm not saying that's the case. I think that it's just probably a fun little Easter egg. Because now, what's really funny is if you consider that in the context of the game world, because obviously that's probably not actually Simon Belmont's skeletal corpse. I like to imagine that it's a dead body that Dracula just dressed up like Simon Belmont and then just hung there to get some kind of petty posthumous revenge. Because Dracula probably does not like Simon Belmont. I mean, he probably doesn't like any of the Belmonts, but I always felt like Simon is a particularly... Because the thing about Simon is that Simon... I feel like Dracula is more dead in the aftermath of Simon's quest than he's ever been since. Because not only does Simon kill him in Castlevania 1, then he gathers up all his body parts and brings him back and kills him again. Although, of course, that's undermined by the ending of Simon's quest when Dracula comes back out of the grave. So, I guess I'm just talking out my ass, as usual. But I do like the idea that Dracula would have special antipathy for Simon, even if there's no particular reason that he would, I suppose. Yeah, it's a strange world we live in. But you know what? I think it's probably, I mean, I don't know. It's a funny thing, because the Castlevania franchise nowadays seems like it's basically dead. I mean, the last official mainline game to come out was what, Order of Ecclesia in 2008, and that's 15 years ago now. I mean, okay, you had the Lords of Shadows games, but those were weird, Western developed, bad spin-offs. Okay, I shouldn't say they're bad. I haven't played them, but I'm not particularly interested in playing them, and it sounds like they're very odd and like not and like a whole separate, excuse me, a whole separate thing. It's like mainline games, like games made by uh, the same people who made all the other games. It seems like it's Order of Ecclesia is the last one, and it's a weird. I mean, I don't know. Could you have kept making linear arcade style level based Castlevania games? Like, could you have kept making games like Rondo? I mean, why not? You know, why? Or I mean, was Symphony of the Night necessary? I don't know. I don't know what the sales numbers were like for all the classic style Castlevania games that came out in the mid '90s. I don't know how Rondo sold. I don't know how Bloodline sold. I don't know how. Well, I'm guessing Dracula X didn't sell very well, but that was kind of. That's not like an audience problem. That's really like a shooting yourself in the foot kind of thing. Just making Dracula X in the first place. So I don't know. I don't know what prompted this. If the games just weren't selling, like if Bloodlines didn't sell, if Rondo didn't sell, if Dracula X. I don't even want to include Dracula X in the conversation because Dracula X not selling is just because it's bad, not because it's a linear style Castlevania game. But maybe that's what they took from it. I mean, you never know what conclusions people will come to about why a particular game, or any particular piece of media for that matter, is or is not successful. Like sometimes people will just come up with the most bizarre reasons for why something worked or why something didn't work, and those reasons may not necessarily be consistent with reality. So here's what I hope didn't happen. I hope what didn't happen is Dracula X sells poorly because it's bad, and they say, well, now people don't want linear Castlevanias anymore. Now we got to do something different. But after Symphony of the Night, I mean, every game after that was like Symphony of the Night. Well, except for, I mean, I'm not counting the 3D ones, of course. And you did have a couple solid. You had the GBA trilogy and the DS trilogy. So I mean, it was successful. Was it more successful than it would have been if the games were more like Rondo or more like Bloodlines? I don't know. I don't know. I think probably, I don't know. Maybe somebody does know. All I'm trying to say is that I don't really feel. I feel two ways about the way that the crossroads, the transition in the franchise that Symphony of the Night represents. On the one hand, I love Symphony of the Night, right? And I've started off on I started the GBA games. And I'm not going to talk too much about them, and I can't express really too many opinions about them because I've only really played Circle the Moon at the moment. But I don't have a problem with Symphony of the Night's existence. But at the same time, I do kind of wish that I just wish there was more Rondo. You know what I mean? Like it would have. I wouldn't have complained if the franchise had kept on making games in the vein of Rondo or in the vein of Bloodlines. I guess something that was said about the development of Symphony of the Night was that they wanted to make a game that would last longer. They wanted to make games that people could spend a while playing. That was the goal. And I don't have a problem with that, which is why it's hard for me to... What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to muddle through the ultimate question of which style of Castlevania game do you like better? And it's a hard question for me to answer as someone who's only played Symphony of the Night, basically, in the later style of game. So I don't have as many entries to compare to the classic style, but by almost all accounts, when people talk about what the best games in the Metroidvania style is, they always seem to say either Symphony of the Night or Aria of Sorrow. So by most accounts, I'm playing what is probably the best one. Or I've played what is probably the best one, and should I be able to form my opinion purely on that in terms of the overall style of the games? I don't know, but I'm trying. I'm trying to sort of muddle through it instead of talking about the reverse outer wall, because the reverse outer wall is not super interesting. I'm actually gonna talk. You know what? I like the Nova skeletons in the reverse castle. The Nova skeletons are probably the most interesting common enemy in the castle because number one, I like skeletons, and I like the fact that they shoot laser beams. Number two, I think I'm gonna try to drink another luck potion. Right? Yeah. I'm drinking another luck potion here because those Nova skeletons have a chance to drop a sword called Terminus Est. That's an upgrade to the sword that I have now, and I want to try to just get a weapon upgrade if I can. It's not super important. It's not like a deal breaker of any kind because the next time damage is going to be really important is probably when I fight Galamoth, and by then I'm going to have the Alucard sword. So it's not a big deal, but it just would be nice to have some kind of upgrade. It's always nice to do more damage. So the Nova Skeletons are interesting because I like skeletons, I like the fact that they shoot lasers, and then they're also actually dangerous, which is rare in Symphony of the Night. Where if that laser from the Nova Skeletons hits you, it's going to do like 100 damage. It's not even like the Maria fight where it's like, oh, Maria is dangerous because she does like 40 damage. No, 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 no. Those skeletons do 100 damage if they hit you. And so they create these scenarios that are simply by existing, they create danger, even if they themselves individually are not difficult to fight. I always feel like there are lots of weapons and items in general that in Symphony of the Night that feel like they are completely useless, or that they're like that I never use. Like the one that I just picked up in that room back there, the shottle. I don't know in what context you would ever use that, because I don't think it's better. Because if you go to the reverse chapel instead of the reverse clock tower, there's a sword in there called the Talwar, and I don't know if that's better or worse than the shotel, show and tell, the thing that I got in the reverse wall. Because if you go through the reverse chapel, I mean, I guess it depends on what route you take. You could theoretically, I guess, go from the reverse chapel straight to the reverse wall, although that's a pretty circuitous path. I don't know. I don't know what other routes people take. Maybe the intent is just to clear all the easier areas first, like clear out the reverse clock tower and then teleport back to the keep to do the reverse chapel and then the reverse reverse Olrox, reverse Coliseum. I don't know. Reverse Coliseum seems like it's actually pretty fucking hard to clear without the gas cloud, honestly. Mostly because the boss fight looks like is very aggravating. I hate this part. I mean, I've gotten a lot better at it as I kept playing the game, like figuring out the timing for these spike traps on the ground. But I remember being really annoyed by this when I first played the game, and I remember sort of planning out. There are a couple of my routes through the castle, like the Richter mode route that I put together for my all bosses Richter mode run, which I think I should have posted by now. I sort of designed that route specifically to avoid this part, so that I wouldn't have to try to get up into the caverns from this room, because it's very easy to like go up into the room that leads to the caverns and then like fall back down here and like fall back down into the spike traps, or like be in danger of getting obliterated by the Nova skeletons. It's very obnoxious. I think I said stuff. I think I've shit talked environmental hazards before. This room, I always used to go through this room in mist form. I don't think there's any reason you can't just go through in bat form. I remember being slightly paranoid that somehow one of the Guardians' attacks, either the overhand or the underhand swing, would somehow reach up high enough to clip the bat, but that never happened. And I don't know if it's really possible. I don't know if it's possible or not. So here, I think I'm gonna. Well, no, I don't think I know because I have the stopwatch. I'm gonna go clear out the part of uh, the pathway on the left here that's accessible only via the stopwatch, which was I always had a hard time naturally fitting this into the route. You just kind of have to just do it whenever you get here. Um, maybe there's a stopwatch in the hall on the way over here. If I'm remembering the layout of the normal castle, because most of the locations of sub weapons are consistent between the normal and reverse castle. So if I'm remembering the layout correctly, there probably actually should be a stopwatch in the. Am I not? Oh, okay. I thought I would. Sorry, I thought I would go back down and pick the holy water back up, but I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not doing that. Huh. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm gonna go all the way through this hallway here to clear out this part of the gallery, and then there's a torch with holy water at the very end of this hallway here with all the skulls. Now I remember. I was slightly confused for a second there. See, that's what kind of why I don't like that part of the gallery with the stopwatch. The only stopwatch accessible paths, because one, I think that's kind of silly, and two, it's hard to fit it naturally into the route. They sure love these fucking skeletons that throw the things that bounce around everywhere. It wouldn't be as big of a problem if you didn't have to fly everywhere with bat form, but flying around everywhere with bat form means that if you take any damage at all, you get knocked out, so they have these annoying bouncing projectiles, and it's like they only do 1 damage, but that really doesn't matter. I think having to double tap to dash is annoying. I think I already said that. This part of the castle is just like fucking strange. I don't know. This room is a good example of something that doesn't translate super well to the upside down concept because there's not really any room to have you fight anything. They have a couple of projectile throwing skeletons sitting in pits that you can just ignore, and then there's nothing else around here to fight. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could have... Because there's no good way... There would be no good way to fight anything if you had them perched up on these little balconies. You'd basically be making people fight them, like, in bat form, shooting fireballs at them? I don't know. Excuse me, sorry. These fucking Medusa heads. Ugh. It's only annoying when they, like that one there, when they come out, like... When they come out of the side of the screen that you're going towards and they're right nearby. If they're just coming out in a more normal way, then that's fine. The cloud that you turn into in the Saturn version looks like it looks like a wolf on a motorcycle, in my opinion. I don't really feel like offering any further clarification than that. Where's the cursed prison entrance? I guess I'm okay. I'm one room off. And I think I'm gonna do what I did in the normal castle, which is basically go into the cursed prison as soon as I can, and then just walk all the way back out again. Let's see if I'm right. Or the reverse cursed prison. Or do I just get this part done? Okay, yeah, I just get this part explored, and then I'm gonna go back in there. Oh, I remember now. Yeah. So there's a reason why I did that, but I'm gonna talk about it till I'm gonna wait to talk about it until we actually get to the cursed prison. These fucking hallways look like they would be so obnoxious if you actually tried to navigate them without just skipping half the shit with mist form. Like the first room in this little S hall with the skulls going up and down and the Nova skeletons is just like I feel like if you tried to do that normally, you're just begging to die. Because all it takes is one fuck up, and now you're not jumping on the skeletons. You've been like knocked away by the skull or something, and now they're charging up their laser, and now you have to try to jump over it and kill them without also getting hit by the skulls. It just seems like it's much easier to just completely avoid it with Mist Form. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say it's anti-gameplay, but they gave me a tool that let me avoid a dangerous situation, and then I utilized it. Not much else. Not much else to really say than that. Now, normally the path that I take through the reverse castle involves clearing out the entire reverse entrance to get the barrel circuit, and then going down and fighting Galamoth. But if you'll recall, the underground gardens in the normal castle are present in are accessible from the very edge of the reverse entrance. But I don't think I go there straight from the reverse entrance. I'm pretty sure I pop into the reverse gardens to get the teleport room, and then I wait until later to go back in there. And that's because the reverse gardens are actually pretty dangerous. I think it has something to do with there's just a lot going on. There's there's enemies present in the reverse garden that aren't present anywhere else, and it's got some. Oh, I remember what it is now. It's got some extremely tricky combat, which is basically very difficult to solve without using the gas cloud. Basically, they have you in a very small space, and you have to contend with. There are enemies that you have to avoid, but they don't really give you space to avoid them. And you'll see what I'm talking about when I eventually finally get in there. And it's unfortunate that that's the case because I feel like I always feel bad about utilizing the gas cloud to trivialize combat, but it's also sort of what it's there for. Yeah, this hallway here is a great example of what I mean when I talk about the Nova Skeletons automatically creating dangerous situations, where I have to get super aggressive to kill that Nova Skeleton before the Venus Flower finishes coming out, because otherwise What the Venus Flower does that makes it so dangerous is that it restricts your movements. It'll set up those big pointy metal vines that basically say, you can now only be in this specific area. And that means that if you don't kill the Nova Skeleton, you can be trapped behind a bunch of those plants while there's a Nova Skeleton firing up ready to shoot at you. And you can't always... And the horizontal ground that gets covered by the vines and that you're restricted from accessing is so wide that you can't always... It's not like you can just jump over them to get to the skeleton. And sometimes the skeleton might be like embedded within them, so to speak. I mean, obviously, there's always the nuclear option of just using Mist Form to completely avoid the entire place, but that doesn't feel as necessary here as it does in the hallway with the skulls going up and down. This just kind of feels like you have to just get super aggressive. Because the skulls going up and down, and the Nova Skeletons, and the spike traps on the floor in the first in the first part of the S Hall. Very bad. Very bad. Recipe for disaster. Lag. Okay, this doesn't happen in the PS1 version. He fucking explodes. I don't know why I thought that was so funny. I guess I just wasn't expecting it. I mean, enemies in Symphony of the Night, and in Rondo for that matter, do tend to explode when they die, but it's usually less of an abrupt explosion. It's more of a slow explosion, I guess. I do wish that the other companions were better than they are. I end up always gravitating to either the sword or the devil, because the devil lets you access a couple of areas, and then because the sword is just like the best combat option. But it would be nice if the bat was better. It would be nice if the ghost was better. The bat is cute, I guess. The bat is a very strange companion because it mostly functions like the devil in normal combat, where it'll just fly over and like ping something. It'll like bop something for a tiny bit of damage and then fly away again. But if you switch into a bat, if you like switch into bat form, then multiple bats show up if the bat is higher level. And when you shoot a fireball in bat form, the bats that get summoned along with you will also shoot fireballs. Which has very few practical applications, as cool and as funny as that is. It's very rarely useful because bat form is not a good offensive option. It's not a good attacking tool because if you ever get damaged, you get immediately knocked out of it. And because it's not super fast and super fluid to control. It's smoother than Dracula's Curse Alucard bat form. I mean, I'll give it that. It doesn't have like weird, you don't like drift upwards, and it doesn't have a weird momentum to the same degree. But at the same time, it's also not really like a combat option. You're not zooming around like a, I don't know, like a plane. As cool as that would be. And plus the fireballs just don't do that much damage. Even if you're firing four of them, which I think is I think if the bat gets to be like the highest level that it can get to, then it summons 2 additional bats. So shooting a fireball in bat form with 3 more bats means you're shooting 4 fireballs. Still just doesn't do that much damage. And I get the Nagelmir. The Nagelmir is a accessory that increases your defense by 15. Basically means that whatever marginal threat the enemies in the game once presented to you is completely gone. The effect for the octopus's attack is different in the Saturn version. In the PS1 version, it's shooting like black plumes of black ink. For some reason, in the Saturn version, the black ink is like a weird misty gray cloud, which I can't really rationally explain. And I don't put the shield on. Interesting. I think I know why I don't put the shield on, but I guess I've probably concluded that it doesn't matter because I just put the Nagelmir on, so having a little bit more defense is not relevant at the current moment. Because the reverse caverns do have some relatively dangerous combat sections involving like blue Venus weeds and dangerous enemies that hit you from far away, except this time instead of a Nova Skeleton, it's going to be these big armored guys holding boulders called rock giants. And figuring out how to solve that combat combination of the giants and the blue Venus weeds is sort of is basically what decides whether or not you get through the reverse castle. And so what I've just picked up is called the Osafune katana in the PS1 version, but I feel like it's named something here. Yeah, that's not what does that say? Bizen. I don't know. I can't tell what it says, but it's a very interesting weapon. I'm just gonna call it the Osafune katana because that's what it says in the PS1 version. The Osafune katana increases your attack by a lot. And it's a very high attack stat, which therefore means you need a very high strength stat to not get the damage penalty that you would otherwise get if you try to wield a weapon with an attack stat higher than your strength stat. And it decreases your defense by a good chunk. So at this point, this is the footage I collected last. This is not going to be the last footage that I post, but the Saturn footage is the last footage that I collected. What this means is that my level of familiarity with Symphony of the Night is very, very high, and I start to feel at this point that playing the game the way that I was doing it before, like maximizing my defense stat and playing like super safely, was kind of like boring or no longer necessary. Like I couldn't remember the last time I was actually close to death. So I sort of felt like, you know what? I have this hyper offensive option with these really cool special attacks like what you just saw there. Why don't I just play super aggressively, just try to kill shit as quickly as I possibly can? You know, like why not? The emphasis on defense is overkill. I have so much health. I have so much. Enemies hit me so rarely that it just makes more sense to just try to maximize attack and just kill things as quickly as possible. So I do decide to use the katana when before I had it. And I think it makes the footage a lot more interesting and a lot cooler. Unlike the air dash, I actually was pretty good at figuring out the input combo for the Osafune Katana's special attack, because it is slightly easier than the air dash. Yeah, there you'll see, now that I have the Osafune Katana on, and I have the Ring of Ares on too, to give myself enough strength to wield it without the attack penalty, now I'm taking 86 damage per hit. So I actually am kind of... It's like a real game now, where I'm actually in danger from dying if the enemies that I do battle with inflict damage upon me. Which is not normally the case in Symphony of the Night. But makes it much more exciting. Damn, I forgot how much damage this thing does. Yeah, the special attack does more damage than than just the regular swing, but they both do kind of a lot of damage. This was probably the best decision, and peripherally, I mean, I mostly just did this because not going like all out offensive felt kind of like pussy shit at this point, given how well I knew the game. But another reason was because the Saturn version just takes so long because there's so much more loading. But I felt like if I have the chance to get through these things more quickly, then I should probably take it. And despite my hyper nerfed defense, this imp still only does 1 damage to me. Look at this fucking annoying asshole. See, this is so... Okay, good. Fucking die. Yeah, the Osafune Katana has 2 special attacks. There's like the teleport forwards, it's like super slash attack that I'm going to use a lot, and then there's another one where if you like you like move the directional pad like back and forth, then attack, it does like a slightly stronger attack. That's the one where it's just like green waves coming off your sword, and I don't do the teleport forward. But you're not going to see that one as often as the other one. The one benefit of the less powerful one, the one with the green slashing waves, is that you can do that in midair. If you jump and then you like tilt the directional pad back and forth and then you attack, you can do it in midair, but you can't do the super teleport attack in midair, unfortunately. Yeah, there it is. You saw it for a second there, the green one. These fucking zombies that get cut in half and float around have like so much health and I don't know why. They have like, I feel like they have more health than any other common enemy in the game. At least that's what it feels like. The Venus Weeds probably do have more health, but the difference is that you can kill the Venus Weeds super fast with Holy Water, which you can't do for these guys if they're floating around. Damn, Alucard's so overpowered. The fucking Tetra Spear, like I don't even have to worry about those Nova Skeletons, which would probably hit me for like 1,000,000 damage at the current moment with the fact that I have so little defense. But it just literally doesn't matter, because I could just fucking kill them from underneath the floor. Another peripheral issue with the katana is that it is two-handed, which means that I can't hold a shield with it. And the shield is really not... The shield is more situationally useful than I was expecting it to be. There's so many attacks, even projectile attacks, that the shield just straight up does not protect you from. Like the Blue Venus Weed's flower darts throws like these roses at you. It looks like you should be able to shield them because they're projectiles, but they just don't care. You can't block them. this is another big reason why I picked up the katana, is because these fucking enemies that you see me fighting here are so annoying to kill. So, number one, they have way too much health. Number two, every time you hit them, they slide backwards, and they have this brief period of time where they can't be hit again, and I don't know how that works. And if they hit you, I think they do a pretty good amount of damage, but really the most important thing is the fact that they just take so long to die. You just end up knocking them around all over the place. But with the katana, of course, if I use the special attack, sometimes the special teleport forward attack will hit them twice, and we'll just kill them. And they just die like how everything else in the game dies, which is they just die when you hit them. But that's the reason why I made sure to discover the interconnected part before the cursed prison, the one from the S hall and the reverse gallery, because I did not want to get to the end of that hallway and then have to discover the transitional room and then go back into the hallway and have all these fuckers respawn and then have to kill them all again. I just only wanted to have to kill them once because they're so annoying to fight. I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't look annoying, and it is much less annoying if you have this weapon, but fighting them under normal circumstances is extremely obnoxious. And even then, I remember being kind of annoyed by the fact that sometimes the katana super attack doesn't hit them twice, and sometimes it does, and I have no idea what that's all about. I mean, it probably has something to do with how close the attack is to them, but I don't know exactly. I never really figured it out. I feel like this attack is more colorful in the Saturn version than it is in the PS1 version, because I know I have used this at least once before in a PS1 run, and I want to say it's just like white slashes. I like the fact that this is like a bunch of different colors. Makes it look more, I don't know, more artful, more magical, more powerful. I don't know. I fucking hate these things, man. These balloon pods. You know, like, one thing from Dracula's Curse that I think could have stayed in Dracula's Curse and I would have been perfectly happy would have been these things. I don't really like enemies that punish you for killing them, which is what these things do. Because if they get destroyed, they release these like spores that float all over the place and that poison you if they hit you. So it's very, very annoying. I prefer enemies that just die when they're killed. And poison in this game is a problem, especially in this context where I have so little defense. Because poison in Symphony of the Night halves your damage and doubles the amount of damage you take. Halves the amount of damage you deal and doubles the amount of damage you take. So that's kind of one of the few things that can actually lead combat situations to be dangerous. Yeah, this is the area that I really did not want to try to have to get into from below on Richter mode. On an Alucard, it's fine because you just batform up, but in Richter mode, trying to super jump up into that little gap there, and then like super jump again back up onto the floor and not accidentally fall back down into the spike trap and the Nova skeletons that are in that hallway below me is a risk that I would rather avoid. And that's what I like about these non-linear. This is nice about a non-linear environment, is that if there's a part of the game that you really, really hate and that you really don't want to deal with, then chances are there's an option to completely avoid it. I don't know anything about speedruns, but I'm curious to know if the Cursed Prison makes a difference at all in if you were to try to speedrun like well, I guess just speedrun the game in general, because I'm pretty sure speedrunners go all the way to Dracula. So I'm curious to know if the Cursed Prison is utilized at all, because its position, if you're not concerned about getting every square of the castle explored, then its position looked like it could potentially be convenient. Although, of course, it's only initially accessible from the caverns. Because if you try to go in from the marble gallery side, there's like a wall with a switch that can only be lowered from the caverns. From the cavern side, which limits its usefulness, I think. I don't know. I mean, maybe if I thought about it harder, I could have figured out a way to integrate the prison more naturally into either this route or the normal castle route. But at this point, I was so accustomed to the route that I figured out before that this is just what made the most sense to me. Was just like get it out of the way fast. This part really illustrates how slow Batform actually is, because when you fall through this shaft in the normal castle, it takes like 2 seconds to get from the top to bottom, but here it's like this really long, gradual climb, and it's a demonstrator of one of the problems with Batform. Although I suppose if I'd used a super jump instead, I actually don't know how far up a super jump would take me. I just don't know. If you could chain super jumps together the way that you can with like Richter can in Richter mode, then obviously it would make the most sense to just utilize one of those, but I don't know if that's possible. Anyway, here we are going into the doppelganger fight, and I thought about putting on a more defensive set for the doppelganger fight, but as you can see, not necessary. I'm very glad I stuck with my my katana plan, because that is fucking amazing. I also have absolutely no explanation as to why one crit did 150 and then a second crit did 300. I just have no answers for that. I don't know how anything in this game works. I just play it and see what happens. It's very weird how many... I always thought it was weird that reverse... that little spot back there in that I was just at in the reverse caverns had nothing in it. In the normal caverns, it just had a worthless weapon, but there's just nothing. This is also a Saturn only problem. I don't think, or did the PS1 version lag in this room? I guess if there's any room in the game where the PS1, if there's any room in the game where the game would lag, it would probably be the room with 20 octopi all spewing ink at the same time, which is fairly inexplicable. Another run where I don't use the Dark Blade, which is the exception rather than the norm. The Dark Blade is the weapon that I just picked up. It's higher damage than the Luminous, which is the weapon from the Reverse Clock Tower, and I'm fairly sure it's higher damage than Terminus Est too, although I don't know. But the thing about the Dark Blade that's interesting is that the Dark Blade buffs your defense too. So in a normal run, in most of the best ending runs that I've done of this game, I use the Dark Blade as soon as I get it, but here I've grown some balls and I'm playing in a different way. I don't know why that sometimes hits 3 times and sometimes hits twice. Like, I mean, I guess it must have... I'm guessing it must have something to do with how close the enemy is to the like the teleported forward Alucard swinging the sword around, but I don't know. I don't know exactly. It definitely creates a new level of tension to the game when you play it like this, when taking damage from enemies actually matters. And it can be a tricky thing to get any real benefit from, because I think when I just had the Luminous on earlier, these trolls took 2 hits to kill, so I would really only be getting any benefit from using the katana if I was reaching a damage point where these things were dying in one shot, which fortunately I have. But this is where super intricate knowledge of all of the enemy data would be relevant, like knowing how much damage I would need to one-shot certain enemies and what weapons would get me to that point. But But the game was never difficult enough for me to feel a need to do that. Excuse me. Sorry, I tried to swallow some water. Two. I'm dying. I tried to swallow some water to simulate the experience of being in the underwater caverns. It was a bad decision. Sorry, guys. Sorry you had to hear me coughing my lungs out. Whew. Okay. And just to be completely clear, the katana is not a Saturn only item. It's present in all versions of the game, but I only chose to use it here because I just decided that I was familiar enough with the game at this point that it would be just a nice way to shake things up, and because I knew it well enough at this point to be confident that I wasn't really going to die. So, hence the decision, and because it was pretty slow in the first place to try to, and because the Saturn version was slow in the first place. This part is a good example of what massively increased offensive capabilities can do, and why. Like, look at that! I did the special attack right there, and I fucking one-shot gave him. So, the fact that the katana does so much damage is actually not overkill, which I appreciate. It's letting me one-shot the trolls. It's letting me, if I pull off the attack, one-shot Gaben. I do wish it did enough damage for me to be able to kill those Venus weeds in a single teleport forward attack every time, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah, and I'm one-shotting fucking Slogra too. This is so cool. I should have done this a lot sooner, man. I should have done this in a lot of other runs.
ここまで来てしまいましたか。もう一度だけ申す。父君のため手を引かれよ。
最初からその気はない。
やむを得ませぬな。我が主のため、その魂いただく。
Look at that shit. I don't give a single fuck. Oh man, that scythe almost hit me. And if I'm not mistaken, yep, that's a no damage death. So that's a no damage doppelganger and no damage death. That's the power of this fucking weapon, man. That's the power of just like grabbing your balls and not giving a fuck. And I finally learned how much health I get from beating these bosses now that I've paid attention and I've gotten into a boss fight with full health and without taking any damage. Now I know you get 20 extra HP just from beating each form of death, which I didn't know what the exact numbers were. I always knew that killing bosses gave you more health, but I didn't know exactly how much. I also don't know if that's every boss or just the bosses in the reverse castle that drop the relics. Like, it's supposed to make up for the... Oh, no, I know killing Galamoth gives you a bunch of health. Which is kind of redundant, because by the time you're killing Galamoth, you're probably already... I mean, that's the most dangerous enemy in the entire game, so if you're killing Galamoth, you already have enough health. Although then again, you do kill Galamoth with kind of like a cheese, with the barrel circlet. Or at least that's how you should do it, in my opinion, so maybe the point is irrelevant. Why do I still have the devil out? I think I forgot that I had it out. Because my plan is only to have the devil out to activate the switch, and then switch back to the sword. But I guess I forgot. Now I remember. Now I notice. Am I switching up? Oh yeah, so here I am going to switch things up because I'm about to go through a part of the level that's obnoxious and pointless, which is this area coming up in a moment here, as soon as the pause loading screen is finished. Yeah, with all these bats, there's no point trying to go through this area with like really low defense. I'm gonna have to ascend through two pretty vertical areas, and much like in previous Castlevania games, trying to interact with levels that are primarily vertical is much more difficult than when you're just dealing with horizontal hallways. And it's specifically much more difficult to protect yourself, even if you're Alucard. But then again, I mean, I guess I could have just done exactly what I did, which is go through the entire room in mist form, but I don't know if I'm going to do that twice. Although I have the MP to do it twice, so I guess I really didn't need to put on the defensive loadout, but these are just the kinds of things you notice with hindsight. There's no such thing as a perfect run. Oh, and here I don't even need to worry about getting hit because they're all thornweeds, so I don't even need to use mist form to get through this part. So this is all very, very inefficient. I brought up the pause screen when I didn't have to. Well, I did have to in order to switch back to the sword companion, but I didn't have to fuck with my equipment at all. Although actually, I take that all back because I'm going to be running through most of the catacombs. I'm not going to be fighting most things, and for that reason, having extra attack power is not helpful. Having extra defensive power, however, is. So actually, I made the right decision. It just took me a while to remember that I had. I gotta stop second-guessing myself. Yeah, this zone kind of sucks. I think that the witch enemies that you're gonna see shortly are kind of awfully designed because they constantly put a shield in front of themselves, which means trying to hit them is kind of feels like trying to it's like trying to play basketball against someone who's like a foot and a half taller than you. And so you just either kill them with the gas cloud or you don't fight them at all. Neither of which are very interesting, in my opinion. But what is more interesting, conceptually at least, is the Galamoth fight. I've already talked about the Galamoth fight a lot, and I have mixed feelings about it. I think that it's in practice, in the way that I end up playing the Galamoth fight, I basically end up don't playing the Galamoth fight, or not playing the Galamoth fight, where I'm just trying to bait a specific attack over and over again because that's the attack that I know I cannot take damage from if I have the barrel circled on. And it's not... That in and of itself is not super interesting, but Galamoth's presence in the game, in a general sense, is interesting to me because he is sort of like the thing that the whole route, my whole route anyway, through the reverse castle is built around. Like, the whole reason I do a beeline for the entrance and go straight to the catacombs is because of Galamoth. And in Richter mode, he's like this... He's basically the only boss in Richter mode, and the final boss in Richter mode, because every other boss dies in one item crash. And in Saturn Maria mode, which I'm going to do a whole video about, he's also kind of like the only boss, really, that's hard to fight, although for different reasons. Well, for similar reasons. But I do kind of wish it was a real boss. Like, I wish that it was a boss that didn't just have this, like, this practically undodgeable attack that he does 90% of the time, or that he does, like, 80% of the time, that just, like, fucking kills you, and basically encourages you to cheese. I wish he was fun in the way that, like, the Doppelganger was fun, or, like, I don't know. A lot of the other boss fights in Symphony of the Night, I think, are pretty fun. Symphony of the Night's a fun game in general. It's like, it's very low stress, I would say. Which I don't mind stress. I mean, I played Dracula's Curse, but It was nice to sort of play something that was a little bit calmer after, especially after like Chronicles and shit like that. And I'm curious to see if the other Metroidvanias are going to be as easy as Symphony of the Night. I'd be surprised if they were. And I think that there's something about, what am I looking for? I guess do I not have a strength potion? That sucks. I guess I don't have a strength potion. That's weird. I usually have a strength potion here. Usually the weird long neck skeletons in the normal castle catacombs will drop at least one strength potion for me to use on Galamoth, but here I guess I'm stuck with the attack potion, which I think is functionally identical if I'm hitting the strength breakpoint for the katana, which I am, because I think that the attack potion is like 30 attack and the strength potion is 30 strength, and the only reason that the strength one would be better is if you were trying to hit some kind of breakpoint. So here he does this obnoxious fucking shit, which it seems to me like the attack Galamoth chooses to do is dependent upon your positioning. So at least you can control what he's doing, just to a certain extent. But he, like in a situation like that, like he's doing the ball attack because basically he backed up, but I didn't close the distance again. And you can't close too much distance, or else when he leans forward to do his like scepter lightning attack, he'll whack his foot into you, as almost happened there. And I don't actually know which of the two special attacks is faster to kill him with here. I'm kind of swapping back and forth between, depending on how far away he is, but I don't know which one is like faster DPS. There's no World of Warcraft training dummies in Symphony of the Night. I guess Galamoth is the closest thing you have to a training dummy, where he just has a bunch of health and you just hit him over and over and over again. Yeah, in the Saturn hard mode, I think I'm pretty sure bosses don't have double health, because I did play through the Saturn hard mode, but it didn't feel like Galamoth had 24,000 health, and I think I would be clued into that. It's an interesting decision to include a boss like this in the game, who's like an RPG style super boss. And it's an interesting iteration of Galamoth, the villain from Kid Dracula, where Galamoth in Kid Dracula does not really look like that. He looks more like Cell from Dragon Ball Z. He looks more like a imperfect Cell, I guess. Or no, he looks like Frieza third form. He looks like the alien, the Ridley Scott alien, but he's like fat, like a fat alien with wings. That's what Galamoth looks like in Kid Dracula. And this, to me, is a tacit confirmation that Kid Dracula is in fact canon in the timeline, and the character Kid Dracula is in fact Alucard. So, I mean, why else would Galamoth be here? Store a light. I guess they couldn't render that in katakana? Interesting. Every other item is in Japanese, but that one ring is in English. Like, maybe that's to demonstrate that it's like super important. Who knows? I don't even know what a store light is. I don't even know if that's a real jewel. You think I know anything about jewelry? I make fucking YouTube videos about video games. I don't know about anything other than autism. Anyway, so now what is arguably the biggest threat in the game is dead. Well, actually, no. The biggest threat in the game in the Saturn version is the Maria fight, because there's no easy cheese for the Maria fight that isn't attainable without farming. Whereas with Galamoth, getting the cheese is just a matter of routing, and just a matter of knowing what it is and where it is. And why am I putting on the spike breaker? Oh, I guess it's because there are spikes later on in the level, and I'm just getting it out of the way now while I have the pause menu open. So that makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting how like the loading screens in the pause menu made me want to like consolidate the number of times I paused and the number of things I did in the pause menu. Do I have the Alucard sword back on? Huh. I wonder why. I wonder why I'm not using the katana anymore. I guess maybe I think like I guess in the catacombs, it is like technically possible to get hit by things. Like there's bats and there's like dudes flinging projectiles at you. But I mean, do you see what's happening? This is just like I'm just gonna gas cloud through everything. So I don't know. I don't know why I would take the katana off. I guess maybe that's why, because it actually doesn't matter how much damage I'm doing right now, because I'm gonna kill everything with the gas cloud anyway, and I might as well just have more defense. That's probably it. That's probably it. It's weird to me that the blue ice dudes drop the necklace of J, which is a item Alucard has at the start of the game. I also don't know who J is. Necklace of uh, necklace of Jesus, necklace of I don't know. I have no idea. The Spike Breaker armor is such a weird concept. Why am I? Oh, I see. Okay. One of the things about navigating the catacombs is that there's lots of places where you really want to use the speed booster, but if you use the speed booster in every place you want to, then you're gonna run out of MP real quick. Like this spot right here is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Using the wolf speed booster to tear through all these skeletons is gonna drain like all your MP. And then you're not gonna have the MP you want to like use the gas cloud to kill the witches. Come on, Shovatar. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I lost the rhythm on the swinging when I start to fall, because the way Alucard's mid-air directional attacks work is pretty odd, where you can't force him to swing downward. He can only swing downward if he's started falling. So you can't like jump and then hit down and square and like make him attack. You just hit square once he starts actually going down, which means that you have to control when he stops jumping really precisely if you're trying to do something like that. But most of the time it's not a big deal. It's just a matter of knowing that that's how it works. Because every Castlevania game, a lot of them, well, not every Castlevania game. A lot of Castlevania games change the rules about what you can and can't do, and which directions you can and can't attack, and how you make that happen. I wouldn't have minded seeing more Kid Dracula enemies in this level. Like the chicken would have been nice. The clansman would have been cool to see. What else? For the Statue of Liberty, it would have been nice if there was like a quiz boss in the catacombs where you like get asked questions about like historical trivia. Of course, it would have to be era appropriate, of course, since this takes place in 1791. So, actually, or 1797 or whatever, which I'm pretty sure the Statue of Liberty didn't exist at that point. I don't actually know because I don't know the history of my own country because I'm completely and totally ignorant. But all I'm saying is that I mean, yeah, you know, maybe she got there through a time portal. You know, why not? Why not? I kind of wish that I had bigger balls. And I don't mean that in a literal physical sense. I mean in the sense that I do kind of wish that in my route, when I went to the reverse entrance for the first time, I had just fucking cleared out the underground gardens. But the combat in the underground gardens is really tricky, and it is really, like, hard to figure out what you're supposed to do in the last few hallways without, like, the gas cloud or without, like, Crusadegrim or something, or some way to just instantly kill things. Why are you standing there, Shovatar? Move, thank you. Okay. Come on. You got a princess to rescue? Why am I here? You gotta go kill your father. That's it. No, you don't kill the princess, you beat up the princess. Maria's not a princess. She's only the princess of my heart. So now we're going into the alchemy lab. To like the sort of the cleanup section of the reverse castle, which is pretty much the entire first half, where I go and fight a bunch of easy bosses, and they all just like fall over and die. The alchemy lab is the most infuriatingly laid out area in almost any Castlevania game I've ever played. I think the only thing that's annoyed me more than the reverse laboratory is probably level 8 in Super Castlevania 4. Because every enemy is obnoxious. Not every enemy is obnoxious. The Cthulhus are fine, the fire demons are fine, the lesser demons are fucking obnoxious. They're so fucking annoying because they just fucking walk into you. And there's no, like, indication of when they will stop walking, or when they will start walking, or when they will stop flying, or what, like, when they're going to change their positioning, which is very important to tell you in a Castlevania game. And it only doesn't matter because Alucard's like indestructible. And then like there's rooms like this, like navigating this shit, falling down without the gas cloud would be fine, but trying to climb up this shit without the gas cloud, I mean, I guess you'd just go mist form, but that would, there's like a million rooms in the reverse laboratory where like you would really want to skip it with mist form. So I feel like you would run out of MP and have to like fucking stand there and wait for it to regenerate at a certain point. And I guess the higher level you are, the faster that process is. So even if you weren't concerned about killing things and just wanted to skip everything with mist form, then it would still make more sense to save the alchemy lab for later. Because I did consider like instead of going through the S hall, going through from the gallery through the lab to the entrance, because I actually do go all the way up to the transitional room between the gallery and the lab in my first visit to the gallery, but I decided not to because it's not the problem with the lab. As obnoxious as the lab's layout is, the problem is not really the enemies, because like I said, you can just mist form through them. You don't need the gas cloud to like kill everything, although it's very satisfying to utilize it for that purpose. The problem is the boss. And it's a weird problem for Symphony of the Night to have, because most of Symphony of the Night's bosses are, I think, very well designed and very, they're very comprehensible. And in situations where they're not, you don't get punished too hard for it because Alucard has so much health. It's very rare that you can walk into a boss fight in Symphony of the Night completely unprepared and probably beat all of them, which is sort of antithetical to the spirit of Castlevania, of course, but it's helpful in the context of encouraging exploration. And there are a couple exceptions. There are some bosses that can still absolutely kill you, I think, but I'm just speaking generally. This boss is very strange because the problem with Beelzebub is that he's too big and he's too far out of the screen. Where if you want, like, once his legs fall off, once you do enough damage to his legs and his legs fall off, then it's like, okay, what do you do? Because at that point in time, because he'll spawn more and more bugs to fly around him, the more damage he takes, like the lower health he is. So you've cut off his legs, he's low on health, there's 8 bugs orbiting him. Now you have to do like an awkward double jump every time you want to attack while there are bugs orbiting around him, while there are poison worms falling off of him that will poison you and make the bugs hit you for like 80 damage over and over again. And it's like why? Like, what are you supposed to do? I mean, I guess you're just supposed to sit there and Tetra Spirit, probably, but it's weird to see a boss fight that explicitly encourages that. I mean, I guess that would be I mean, sitting there and Tetra Spiriting over and over again would be more interactive than what I do, which is just gas clouding him. But either way, it's not super fun. And I'll say something else, which is that I'm much more consistent with Tetra Spirit than I am with like the Richter Air Dash or a lot of other directional or button input attacks, but I'm not good at Tetra Spirit under pressure, because if you watch like every piece of Castlevania footage I've ever collected on this channel, by the time I've finished uploading all this shit, you will see me do like I don't know, like 9 or 10 different Slogra and Gaben fights at the start of the game. There is not a single one that I can recall anyway where I can pull off 2 Tetra Spirits. I pull off 1 Tetra Spirit, and then 100% of the time I fuck up the second one. And it's always either I don't, because the way Tetra Spirit works is you have to hold up for a few seconds, then like spin the control stick down, like I think it's in like a half circle or a full circle. I actually don't remember, but the point is that at the start of it you have to hold up, and that means standing still and holding up for long enough for the game to like realize that's what you're doing, and that's generally where the problem is. Because like I want to like move, like the boss is like coming towards me, and I just want to like get the attack off more quickly, so I always end up doing it like prematurely. Oh, that's different. That little death animation there with the fire demon where he turns into like a weird, like, I don't even know what the fuck that is, but it's something. And that's what he turns into. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. I think that they tried to, because eventually I'm going to upload footage of the PSP version of this game. And in the PSP version, the Fire Demon's death animation is all buggy. Like, he turns into a bunch of weird rectangles when he dies. So I wonder if the PSP version was trying to, I don't know, like generate that thing, but it like wasn't there. I don't know. I don't know what the development process was. But it dies normally in the PS1 version. So I don't know what the problem with that is. And I'm not going to commentate the PSP version because I think I have said enough about this game already, and because it doesn't have any interesting changes to it the way the Saturn version does. It's basically just the PS1 version again, but it doesn't look as good. Oh, and there's a Maria boss fight, but it's much easier than the one in the Saturn version. Oh, actually, well, I am going to commentate the Maria mode in the PSP version because that's very different from the Maria mode in the Saturn version. But that's it. I'm not going to commentate any of the many Alucard runs that I recorded for it. Which I don't know. Like, I feel like if you're going to re-release the game, you might as well just fucking put the Saturn zones in there. Like, even if the Cursed Prison and the Underground Garden aren't that good, like, no one is ever going to play the Saturn version of the game. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Saturn emulation is very recent. No one has a Saturn. I mean, okay, people do, I guess, enthusiasts, but you know what I mean. If you were going to re-release Symphony of the Night again, and you were going to like add some of the stuff that was in the Saturn version, like it has the Japanese voices, and then it has a new English text translation, and maybe a new English dub. I can't remember. Although I don't know why it would, because why would you? How would you improve on perfection? But I feel like it just seems like that's the only way that people that would be a great opportunity to give people an example to experience some of the things that were in the Saturn version without also having to experience all the like fucking extra loading that also comes with the Saturn version. So I don't know. I mean, people made it. Like people took the time to make the Cursed Prison and to make the Underground Gardens. So why not appreciate the work that went into it, even if it wasn't perfect? Because I don't really mind that they're there. I think they're underdeveloped, and I think that they're not underdeveloped is a good way of putting it. And annoying. The Underground Gardens, the Cursed Prisons is underdeveloped, and then the Underground Garden is just kind of annoying. So I think that, I mean, hey, if I'm dreaming, maybe the PSP version could have even expanded on those zones, you know, make the castle even bigger. But now you're making like a whole new version, and I think the intent of the PSP version was just to have like something kind of like a port, basically. Not add a bunch of new stuff, not spend a bunch of time developing like a whole new game, because the PSP version of Symphony of the Night is part of the the game, the Dracula X Chronicles, which is a really interesting game. But I'm gonna wait. But I'm gonna have, even though I'm not gonna commentate the PSP version of Symphony of the Night that's present in Dracula X Chronicles, I am gonna talk about the main game of Dracula X Chronicles. So I'm gonna save my thoughts on that till then. The Saturn is such an interesting little gadget, and it's sort of an interesting like there's so much about old consoles or older consoles that I just like didn't know about for the longest time. I didn't really even and reading about Sega's history in the console market and kind of why they eventually failed and were supplanted is very interesting. I mean, and why they failed is sort of a topic of conversation to this day. People debate that very vigorously, especially if it comes to whose fault it was. I don't have an opinion on it. I don't think I've done very surface level research, so I don't feel like I know enough about the industry or about the systems or about the people involved to say why exactly they failed, or who was responsible for it. But what's interesting to me about Castlevania in a more general sense is how Castlevania is so cosmopolitan. It's like you have Symphony of the Night on the PS1, and then you have Symphony of the Night on the Saturn, and then like a couple years before that you had Dracula X on the SNES, and then a couple years after that you have Castlevania 64 on the N64. So it's like going all over the place. Maybe that's not that unusual, but when I think of Castlevania, I tend to think of it as like a Nintendo franchise. I mean, Simon Belmont's in Smash Brothers. Although then again, Solid Snake is in Smash Brothers, so I guess that doesn't really mean anything anymore. Who else is in Smash Brothers? Lots of people are in Smash Brothers. I'm kind of surprised Alucard wasn't in Smash Brothers. Alucard's like the most popular character ever, but he's not. The Symphony of the Night iteration of Alucard, which is like the iteration of Alucard that everybody knows, is not exactly an iconic Nintendo character. This enemy can apparently drop something pretty good, which is why I'm kind of stopping and taking the time to actually kill it. But I don't remember what it is. And frankly, can I just say something about fandom wikis? As long as I have like kind of run out of things to say about the game itself. Because I guess I could talk about. I think that the Reverse Chapel is one of the more graphically demanding areas of the game, and I think the Saturn is handling it pretty much fine. Like it looks fine to me. It looks great. Like I don't have any problems really with the visuals of the Saturn version. It's just the loading, really, that's the problem. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Castlevania fandom wiki. So, who could have guessed that a fandom wiki was full of bizarre advice and false information? But when I was looking stuff up about Symphony of the Night on the fandom wiki, it was talking about like, oh, this sword enemy here in this room, about how, oh, you can like farm this guy to like level up a companion all the way, or you can like farm him to get this weapon. And all I could think was, why would you ever farm anything in Symphony of the Night? You farm something if it's going to give you a material advantage that's worth the time that it takes to farm. Oh, I'm deciding whether or not to put the katana back on for the Colosseum because of all the big minotaurs, and I think I'm deciding to just fucking do it. No? Okay. I'm disappointed in myself. I think they would die in one special teleport forward. Yes, do it. Do it. Do it. Come on. Yes. All right. now I'm cooking with gas. Yeah, I don't know like why you'd ever farm anything in Symphony of the Night because farming is something you do if you like farming is not fun. I hope we can all agree that farming and grinding are things that are sort of necessary evils. Like you do it if you feel like you have to. And Symphony of the Night is not a game that's difficult enough to justify that kind of Um, tedium. Like, what challenge in this game can you not overcome without grinding? The answer is that there is none. So that advice in general is just very odd to me. And there's some misinformation in the fandom wiki, I think. It's where it's like it says the wrong thing about what stage. There's a song in Castlevania 3 called Aquarius, and I think it has the wrong stage listed for where the song plays. But that's par for the course for fandom. Fandom is a nightmare. It's a nightmare of misinformation and bizarre opinions. It's my fault for even utilizing it. I fucking hate these things. These things like are so annoying, and I don't even understand like why it's doing what it's doing. Yeah, that's what I should just do every time. That's the most annoying shit in the world to me, is the enemies that just like stay out of your range of attack and then just fucking sit there. And make no indication, no clear indication in regards to like what they're doing or why they're doing it. Oh, did that change my mind? I guess I did. You know, or I think what I changed my mind about is because I think I want more int because I've sort of accepted at this point that I'm going to be using the gas cloud to get through most of the Colosseum, so I just want more int so I can just recover my MP faster. So I'm slightly changing my loadout to make it more int heavy. I think that's what the point of all that little shuffling was. But then again, why did I not put on the Mystic Pendant if that was the case? I do not know. I do not know. I never quite figured out a good way to navigate the Reverse Colosseum. I always felt like I was doing more like backtracking than I should have been. Yeah, I think this was also a case of like I could put on the katana and use the katana like special attack to kill all these things, but I could also just gas cloud and kill them all. You know what I mean? And why would I not do that? Why would I not take the 100% safe, guaranteed successful option if I could? I don't know. I mean, maybe because that's a bitch move, but oh well. And I'm definitely going to be using the gas cloud for this. Although this fight is very like I don't know. This fight is very annoying because it's kind of like trying to. It's like trying to do exactly what it is, which is fight 3 people at the same time. Because you're trying to dodge Trevor's projectiles and not get hit by Grant's knife while Sypha is like constantly freezing you. It's just very strange. But for karmatic reasons, I decided to actually fight Trevor like normally. And as you can see, I'm having a little bit of a difficult time with it because he just kind of walks at you. Yeah, that's one of those bosses where I can't quite figure out what the I mean the only thing I can figure out in terms of what you're supposed to do is you're definitely supposed to kill Sypha first, because if either of the other guys die while she's still up, she resurrects them. But I can't really figure out like how you're supposed to avoid Sypha's ice attacks while Trevor is just fucking walking at you the whole time and like just hitting you whenever you fall back down again. I don't get it. I'm sure it's doable, like it's obviously doable just because you have so much health, but interesting. These guys look kind of fucked up on the playback. They don't really that like flickering that they're doing. I'm not sure if they looked like that when I actually played the game. I do know they looked different than they did in the PS1 version, but I don't remember if that's quite how they looked. Now, the thing is, I could use the gas cloud to completely bypass these guys. Like, I could just mist form right through them, but I took the time to gas cloud kill them because I hate them. I just hate that they exist because they are so fucking annoying to fight and so fucking annoying to actually try to kill. Because every time you hit them, they fucking fly backwards, and you can knock them backwards off of the screen. Because they have so much health, and because they take, I think, reduced damage from... No, they take reduced damage from blunt weapons. At least that's how the hunting girls work. I assume those guys are the same way because they're the same kind of enemy, but they're just so fucking annoying. It's so hard to like. And they do relatively like on the Symphony of the Night curve, they do a lot of damage if they actually hit you, and they're just really hard to actually fight and kill. So I guess that's another problem with the game, is that there are some enemies like those that are just fucking pointless. Where you can just like wail on them non-stop, and then your reward is that they get knocked off the screen, and now you have to sit there and fucking wait for them to slowly float back onto the screen and slowly bring their sword up to slowly eventually be hittable, and it's like, fucking why? Most enemies in the game are not like that. Most enemies in the game are very, they're very obliging about just dying when you hit them. Those guys... Those guys are not. I'm not saying every enemy needs to just be like a paper mache child that you just slaughter as soon as you see it. Even though that's what a lot of enemies in Symphony of the Night are like, they don't really. I'm not saying they all have to be like that. I'm just saying that you should be able to actually fight them. I don't like enemies that punish you for fighting them, which is kind of what those guys are. Where if you hit them if you hit them, they fly backwards, and if you keep chasing them and hitting them, they'll eventually fly off the screen, and then it's like, what did you even just do? Why bother? I've heard before that there's kind of a difference in tendency between American and Japanese players when it comes to playing video games, where American players, when presented with a video game challenge that includes enemies, will tend to try to basically kill everything that they see. Whereas Japanese players are more likely to try to just avoid enemies. And I think I fall very much in the stereotypically American behavior of, if there's something on the screen that the game has labeled as an enemy, I would like very much to kill it, please, if possible. I think I'm debating whether or not to put the katana back on here, and I think I decide not to, because it is ultimately pointless, in my opinion, at this point. Because it's fine in the caverns, because in the caverns a lot of the enemies you're fighting are at... Yeah, see, this is how much I hate these things. I could have just kept going through the hallway, but I wanna go out of my way to kill it. Like, okay, like right there. Imagine if I had tried fighting that thing normally. I hit him once, I hit him twice, I've done like a fourth of his health now, and now his like sword hitbox is stuck inside the stairs. Like inside the wall. Like what the fuck am I supposed to do? The answer is just to fucking sit there and wait, which is not fun, which is the least fun thing you can ever do in any video game ever. Because sitting and waiting is literally not playing the game. I mean, waiting is okay in small bursts. It's okay if it's part of like there are lots of bosses in lots of video games where you have to wait for an opportune moment to strike, but that feels a little bit more impactful, and also you're usually not literally standing still waiting. Usually you're like dodging attacks or trying to set up something to or like get in position for when the time is to attack. You're usually not literally just standing there fucking waiting. I think that's another reason why I decided not to put the... No, that doesn't make sense. I think I just figured that, like, everything was probably going to die fast enough with the Alucard sword anyway. There was no real need for me to fuck around with the katana. Although it would be nice to have here to... Well, I guess... Or I could just do this. I was going to say it'd be nice, because I could probably one-shot those guys with a single katana, like, special attack, but... Instead, I just decided to speed boost through them, which was probably the smarter move. Just get through this shit faster. not that I'm not enjoying myself, but those winged guys, the Karasumen or whatever, those are kind of the same thing as the sword guys, where you hit them and they just fucking fly away. And if you don't keep hitting them in the correct rhythm, they'll just fly out of your effective range, and then you just have to fucking sit there and wait for them to fall back down. Like, just let me kill you. Like, why does it have to be so hard? The rib of Dracula. I thought that the decisions made for what parts of Dracula are present in Simon's Quest are fairly odd. Heart, sure. Eye, sure. Ring, not really a body part, but I guess it's something. It's like it's an important magical artifact. Heart, eye, ring. What am I forgetting? Oh, claw, like nail. One of his fingernails. Very odd. Uh, and then rib is also kind of odd. I don't know. Maybe it's some Japanese cultural thing. That's my go-to anytime I don't understand something in a game. Is maybe it's some Japanese cultural thing. Yeah, here they're dying like when they're supposed to because I'm catching up to them super fast and I'm kind of letting them fall down a little bit so that way the next time I hit them they don't get knocked totally out of my range. So that's actually not that bad. My whining earlier was perhaps unwarranted. They're definitely much better than the ghost the big sword guys. The big ghost sword guys. They have a name. In the English version they're called Azagal or something. Maybe I'm not showing enough appreciation for like the double tap Richter dash boots. Cuz I mean I would love to know how much time exactly was saved in this run by my usage of those boots because I feel like most of the time I'm not running. Most of the time I'm flying or fighting. But I don't know. It's a fine. I mean, I'll never. Like, I think I already said this. I'll never sneeze at faster movement speed. One thing that's disappointing about the reverse castle in the Saturn version is that even though they do have the reverse cursed prison and the reverse gardens, there's no extra bosses. There's no boss in the reverse cursed prison. There's no boss in the reversed gardens. And in my opinion, I feel like boss fights are really sort of the like the big core cool thing in Castlevania games. Even if they're not necessarily the hardest parts of the games, I just think video game bosses are cool, and I think boss fights in Castlevania games are cool. And bosses, even if the fights themselves aren't well designed, the bosses tend to have pretty cool designs in Castlevania games. Like Super Castlevania 4 is a good example of this, where I'm not a big fan of most of the bosses' designs in terms of how you fight them, but I like the way they look visually. I like their visual designs. I wish Symphony of the Night had better boss fight music. I think the Symphony of the Night boss fight music is kind of goofy, but I do generally like the boss design in Symphony of the Night. I think Galamoth is really cool. I think that well the Minotaur and the Werewolf are just from Rondo and they look perfectly fine, of course. Don't fix what's not broke. And hey, you know what? That's a great little touch to make the game look like Rondo, to incorporate these elements from Rondo. Makes it feel like what it is, which is a sequel to Rondo. It makes it feel like it's more grounded. It makes it you understand just by the visuals how close it is to Rondo. They didn't feel the need to like let's make a new skeleton. They just took the skeleton that already existed because the skeleton that already existed worked perfectly fine. I wish more video games had that kind of philosophy of there's no reason to change something or make something new just for the sake of making it new, especially if it wouldn't make sense. Damn. What am I, did I just, oh, okay. The imps, the little flying gremlin dudes, drop a, oh no! I want something that the snipers drop. The winged archer guys. The winged archer guys can drop a piece of armor called the Brilliant Mail, which, when equipped, increases the damage that your sub-weapons do. And what I really want is I want that because I'm going to be using the crucifix for the Dracula fight, and that's like a really good way to boost the damage of the crucifix because I, you know, I suck at the Dracula fight. My Dracula fights are always bad, but the very least I could try to do is get a one cycle Dracula fight. Is sort of my philosophy, where if I can't like no damage him, if I can't like if I'm just gonna get knocked around the whole time, I might as well kill him in one cycle before he flies into the background. So that's what I want that for. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it dropped. Maybe it happened super fast and I missed it, but I don't think so. So, oh well. And it's especially annoying because a lot of my Dracula fights are like almost one phases, where I'll wail on him a ton in the very first phase, and then he'll fly away into the background, and then he'll come back down for a second phase and die in like one hit. So that's always super frustrating. The Twilight Cloak, which looks really cool, but unfortunately the way that my route through the reverse castle is constructed, I get it super late, so I don't get to look at it very much. Oh well. Was I talking about boss designs? Yeah, visually, boss designs. I think the creature looks pretty goofy, like Frankenstein monster, but like it's hard to not make the Frankenstein look goofy, I think. I've always thought Frankenstein was kind of a silly looking monster. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be silly if it was in real life coming after me with its giant sledgehammer, but I think it looks kind of silly in the context of the game. I love the way Galamoth looks, actually. I think Galamoth is probably the coolest boss design in the whole game. He's like a giant crocodile. I love it. I love it. Olrox is okay. Olrox, his second form is a little bit too simple for me, actually. I think a lot of characters and bosses tend to be over-designed, but I think Olrox's second form is kind of under-designed. He's just kind of like a big green, spindly blob with arms. What else? Hippogriff is fine. Oh, speaking of boss designs, I don't know if I said this in either of my previous commentaries, but the design for this Medusa boss is I mean, well, what can I say without getting in trouble with YouTube? It's an interesting decision to give the Medusa boss a gigantic ass. It reminds me of those ladies in the hallway and the gallery that I go through all the time in the normal castle, where they have like they're coming out of the snake tail, like with the big like stompy monsters with the big mouths, and they have like ladies coming out of them. Kind of reminds me of that. I have to say, if I was gonna if I was gonna design like a really hypersexualized Medusa boss, that is not the direction I would take. If you know what I mean. I may have already said this. It seems unlikely that I would not have at least mentioned that, but I think I managed to avoid talking about it. But I think it does have to be talked about. It does have to be talked about. I mean, you cannot just kind of let that slide. You know what I mean? Pull over that ass too fat. Anybody remember that? Anyway, so now we're through all. Speaking of bosses, that's the last boss. Now I'm gonna do a big, long teleport chain to get back to the underground gardens and clear that out dead last. Which is unfortunate. I wish I had found a way to weave it in more naturally. What I really should have done, actually, is not gone all the way through. Well, no, I think I know I wanted to get the teleport, so actually that's fine. That's fine. The way that I did it is fine. I was gonna say that maybe I shouldn't have gone all the way through all the hallways and the entrance to get to that last room of the entrance, like the outdoor area that takes you to the underground garden, but it got me the teleport, which I'm using now, so that's fine. That's fine. It's all good. Hmm. I like the design of the regular underground garden boss. He looks like the Predator. Yeah, this this zone is like a nightmare in terms of the enemies that they chose to populate it. These guys are new. I like these sword guys. I actually kind of like. They do something which surprisingly few enemies in the game do, which is they directly incentivize the use of Alucard's backwards dash. It's so weird because Alucard has this like backdash, lets him really quickly get a lot of distance on enemies, but there's very few enemies that actually um, encourage its use because most of them either come at you either like don't really come at you or they come at you like too fast to really for like the backdash to really make much of a difference. Like the panthers in the hallway in the anti-chapel. Like you're never gonna avoid those. I'm just thinking of like enemies that come at you and that's what makes them dangerous. But that's the thing is that with most enemies in Symphony of the Night, what makes them dangerous is like not really their aggression so much. It's more like the Cloaked Knights are annoying because they're just hard to hit, and the Venus is annoying because she just restricts your movement so much. Neither of those problems can be solved by backdashing. And these fucking guys here with the shields and like the halberds are a colossal problem, and they are kind of the thing that necessitates like that first room with the Cloaked Knights and the Venus Weed. I could clear those without the gas cloud, like no problem. I mean, not no problem. It'd be a little bit hairy just because of how much damage the weeds do, but like I could do it. The problem is this room with these fucking assholes who just like they're like the undead big sword guys in the reverse prison where they have this period of time where they can't be hit after you hit them. So you're the places where you can stand are naturally restricted by the blue Venus weed, and then on top of that, you've got these weird goofballs charging at you with their spears, who just like don't die when you hit them. And also there are these fucking annoying bitterflies coming at you. All the Venus weed is throwing shit at you while you're trying to kill the dudes with the shields who are charging at you, who you can't avoid because you are going to jump into the bitterflies, or you're going to jump back down, or you're going to get hit in midair by the thorns, or you can't like outrun them. You can't get any like horizontal distance because the Venus weed is saying, "Hey, asshole, you can't be anywhere where my vines are not." So you basically get thrown in a tiny closet, and then you just get punched over and over again. That's kind of what that part is like, and I mean, I did it without the gas cloud there, but I also did that at the highest level I'm going to be at in the entire game, with the Nagelmir on, and like the Alucard sword and the Alucard shield and the walk armor at its pretty much maximum possible value at this point in the game. So, but if I was to go in there like fresh into the reverse castle, I don't know. It seemed risky at the time, and I think it was risky. And the Ifrits, those big fiery demon guys down there, they actually also do a lot of damage if they actually hit you, which they will have an opportunity to do if you're not doing as much damage as I'm doing at that point. I don't know. If it was super important to me to clear out the gardens as early as possible, like to integrate it really naturally into the route, then I probably could have practiced this and maybe like because I wouldn't have had the katana at this point because the katana's in the caverns. Maybe if Terminus S had dropped, I would have thought about it. But coming in here with like the Luminous, like not doing that much damage, dealing with the Ifrit, dealing with the closet where you get beat up, I don't know. It just seemed like it made way more sense to just come back later when I was absolutely sure that I could trivialize the combat, and when I could use the gas cloud to just kill all the fucking bitter flies if I really wanted to. Because those things are fucking annoying. Those are a good example of like waiting and standing still are two things that you are not playing the game, and the bitter flies punish you for moving. Because I don't know if you could even tell based on the footage, because it took me a long time to figure it out. But the bitter flies, those little skull guys with the butterfly wings, are only visible if you're standing still. if you start moving, they become invisible, which I didn't understand for the longest time. Do I fuck up? Do I teleport here when I don't mean to? No, okay. Maybe I already did that. Anyway, uh, all the spirits are deceased, and now only Dracula's left. Are there any other boss designs in Symphony of the Night that I really like or really dislike? Huh. I'm kind of going through. I love Slogra. Slogra looks fucking awesome, of course, and Gaiman looks pretty cool. Um, I don't really like Scylla or Scylla or whatever, the boss in the normal caverns. I mean, I know it's a mythological reference, but let's be honest, old mythology authors, when they wanted to make a monster or wanted to make like a mythological beast, they would just say, "Oh, it had like 5 heads, and every head was a different thing, and it was like really big." Like so many ancient accounts of monsters just fall back on the "a bunch of heads and every head was a different thing" trope, which is not really a design that I enjoy. I like things to be a little bit cleaner than that. I think it's weird that you only fight one mummy instead of 2 mummies. I feel like there should be an additional mummy. The Karasamon looks cool, but it's annoying to fight, and it also doesn't feel like a boss. Even though it technically is, you know, it's technically a boss of the clock tower is one of those things. It plays the boss fight music, but then it just fucking dies in 2 seconds. I mean, I know a lot of bosses in Symphony of the Night kind of just fucking die in 2 seconds, but that one is an especially egregious example in my opinion. Shaft looks fine, of course. Shaft looks like Shaft. What else would he look like? And Dracula, I'm not a big fan of because Dracula's last form does the Japanese final boss thing where he's like a big mess of. It's not super messy. It's not like you guys ever play Final Fantasy V? You know Neo X Death? That's kind of like the archetype that I'm talking about, where like the final boss in the Japanese game is like a bunch of faces and bodies just like stapled to something. And the Dracula's final form doesn't quite go. It doesn't go super hard on that aesthetic, but it does more than I'd like it to, and I think that the concept is kind of goofy. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about that when he actually shows up, just so I can have the image of the boss as fresh in my mind as possible when it appears. What am I doing? I'm going to go back and save. Okay. I don't really know why I'm doing this. I could have just gone right into the shaft route, because I'm not going for 200.6% completion. Maybe I just want to make absolutely sure I'll have 196%. But the thing about that is that the Saturn version's calculation of map completion doesn't factor into account, doesn't like factor the garden or the prison into the normal. Okay, think of percentage of map completion as a certain number of rooms, because that's how the PS1 version does it. I put the wrong katana on. I put the regular katana on instead of the big fancy one. And I don't think I'm going to notice this until I start swinging it at Shaft. Which is... Or no, I'm trying to... Maybe I'll figure it out here. Like, I'm trying to do the... Yeah, I'm trying to do the special attack, and then I figure out that I have the wrong one equipped. I think that's what happened. Yeah, that's funny. The PS1 basically when the game is checking for percentage of map completion, it's checking for a certain number of rooms, and the Saturn version doesn't recalculate the number of rooms you need to get 100 or 200% completion. So if you completely skipped the Cursed Prison and the Underground Gardens and only went into the PS1, into the parts of the castle that are present in the PS1 version, the Saturn version would still count that as 200%. So the Cursed Prison and the Underground Garden just add on to it. So the max percentage you can get in the Saturn version is something like 217%, I think. I don't remember exactly, but it's a lot. So I don't really need to be worrying about map percentage completion at this point. I am safely north of the 196 or 197 threshold, which I can never fucking remember.
You で来られた。さすが我が主のご子息よ。
ベルモンドを操っていたのは貴様だな。
いかにも。我こそは暗黒神官シャフト。この世に破壊と混乱を導くものだ。
なぜ奴を上司として祭り上げた？
ヴァンパイアハンターは古来より聖なる力で邪悪を滅ぼしてきた。だがハンター同士が戦えば
ベルモンドの力は他を圧倒する。同じ性質の力ならまず倒すことはできまい。
その通り。奴を操り上手に据えることで儀式に邪魔なものを排除したのだ。
だがそれもここまでのようだな。
それはどうですかな。最後の生贄として汝の死すべき半身を捧げる。
I feel like that conversation is longer in the Japanese version than it is in the English version. And I accidentally used the fucking crucifix. That's the thing I always do on this fight.
自分の肉体を捨てた者にこの世での居場所などない。貴様の好きな暗黒へ旅立つがいい。
だが我が野望は成就した。我が主ドラキュラ伯爵よ。腐りきった世界に破壊と混沌を。
It's because I'm thinking about going upwards because I'm jumping at him over and over again, which means I end up like hitting up by accident pretty much when I don't mean to. It's very annoying. It's very annoying.
父上。
ほう、誰かと思えば久しいな、我が息子よ。
できるなら会いたくはなかった。こうなった以上ここから先に行かせるわけにはいかない。
相も変わらず人間どもの味方をしておるのか。よもや奴らがお前の母親にしたことを忘れたわけではあるまいな。
忘れられるものか。だが母は人間への復讐を望んではいなかった。
まだそんなよまいごとを言うか。まあよい。今度こそ下賤な血を消し去り、我が眷属に加えてやろうぞ。
母の名にかけてドラキュラ、再びあなたを倒す。
I showed the dialogue between Alucard and Dracula here to someone I know who knows Japanese much better than I do. Who's not first language, but he studied it for a lot longer, and he figured out almost all of it like perfectly. But then he was mystified by some of the by like a couple of Dracula's lines, and where like he didn't something about the way that the words were formatted like didn't make sense to him, and he speculated that maybe Dracula was speaking in like some kind of archaic fashion, or like especially archaic fashion. I'd be curious to know if that's true. The reason I don't want to use a crucifix on the shaft fight is because, for one thing, it's unnecessary, and for two, I would really like to streamline the process of just spamming as many crucifixes as I can on the Dracula fight. And I think this is another heartbreaker. I think this is another, I don't quite get the one phase that I want. Because I just keep getting fucking knocked around because I can't see what the fuck is happening. And because, like, I don't like the way that Dracula telegraphs his attack in this fight. I feel like he kind of barely does. Yeah, this is annoying. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's my fault for never like learning the fight properly, but it seems like I wish that had been better.
これ以上母を苦しめるな。
なぜだ。なぜ私はこうも破れる。
力とは守るものがあってこそ限界を超えることができる。愛するものを失い、愛することをやめたとき、あなたはすでに負けていた。
そうか。皮肉なものだ。 力を求めるがゆえに失ったものが私の敗因であるとはな。アルカードよ、教えてくれ。リサは最後に何と言ったのだ。
人間を恨んではいけない。もし人間が許されない存在であるなら、自ら滅びの道を歩む。その世界の住人にあらざる者は手を下すべきではないと。そして父上、あなたを永遠に愛していると。
リサ、私は間違っていたのか。
Oh shit, that's different looking. I completely forgot that happened. That looked like it wasn't supposed to happen. That's very weird. Yeah, now that I'm looking at it again, I actually think Dracula's final form looks okay. It doesn't go too overboard on the like stapling things to it, like the big hands, but I do think it's a little weird that it's like his throne turns into himself. I don't know, maybe that fits thematically. Kind of like how he is the castle. Yeah, I was never happy with my Dracula fights because I always wanted to use the crucifix to kill him fast, but the consequence of that is that I couldn't ever really see him telegraphing his attacks. And anyway, the way he telegraphs his attacks is very like quick in the first place. So I have perfected that fight before, but not in any of the footage that I uploaded, I don't think. And it was I don't remember when it was. I don't remember what version it was, but I know I've done it before. But that's an outlier. Usually I usually get pushed around. Oh well, it's good for a final boss to be marginally threatening, you know?
無事だったようだな。
アルカード、よかった。あなたも無事だったのね。
すまない。俺のせいでまた実の父を。
気にするな。自分の宿命ゆえに奴を倒さねばならなかっただけだ。
そう言ってくれると助かる。
だが、よく覚えておいてくれ。この世界に破滅をもたらすことができるのは奴じゃない。人間自分自身だということを。
わかった。肝に銘じておこう。
アルカード、これからどうするの？
俺の体に流れる呪われた血はこの世界には不要だ。人目につかぬ方がよかろう。
そう。
ではさらばだ。もう二度と会うこともあるまい。
アルカード。
いいのかマリア、追わなくても。
ごめんなさい。やっぱり彼を放っておけない。
いいんだ。だが自分の選んだ道だ。決して後悔をしないようにな。
ありがとう。それじゃ元気でね。
ああ、マリアこそ元気でな。
I'm interested to know what they're actually saying there, because I'm fairly sure it feels different than... Well, not feels, but it seems like they're saying things that are different than what's being said in the English version. Anyway, that's Symphony of the Night. That's Symphony of the Night on the Sega Saturn. This, like, weird port of one of the best games ever made. That's sort of... that I almost didn't play, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. I don't know yet if I've recommended this or not. 5 hours of talking, it gets hard to keep track of what I've said or what I haven't said. I mean, I would say you could probably safely skip this one. Not that it's not interesting, as... It's interesting. I mean, if you're really interested, if you really love Symphony of the Night and you're interested in like seeing and like feeling out the new zones or trying out some of the new weapons, like I didn't really take advantage of all of the new things that the Saturn version has to offer. The Alucard spear that you get at the end of the gardens, that's actually one reason why I wanted to do the gardens early, was to see if I could use the spear, but I just ended up... the route ended up not incorporating it. And there's a couple of other weapons that are exclusive to the Saturn version besides just the dagger that I didn't use, the spear that I didn't use. There's like an axe in there too, so there are other things. But but generally, if you're gonna play one version, you're safe with the PS1 version, in my opinion. You don't have to put up with you don't have to put up with all the loading. You don't have to put up with the loading on pause, and the extra things in the Saturn version are not really worth the hassle. But it's not terrible. I mean, it's not unplayable or anything. To be fair, I am playing a patched version that fixes a lot of the problems that the original Saturn version had, so it's entirely possible, if not probable, that the normal Saturn version is much, much worse than this in several regards. But with the wonders of modern technology, there's a version of it available to you that you can play that is closer to something that the devs would have been happy with. And I don't see any reason why you wouldn't do that if you had the option to. What is happening here? Okay. That, that's not supposed to happen. That's very strange. I think this was a okay. I think this was a problem with how OBS was interacting with Mednafen, where normally if I tab out of a game, then OBS will keep recording it just fine, and the game will keep going just fine. But for some reason, if I tabbed out of Mednafen, see, I knew I shouldn't have been doing this. I was afraid there was a problem. God damn it. Well, whatever. It's just the fucking credits. The game is still going when it's alt-tabbed. For some reason, OBS doesn't record it when I'm alt-tabbed, even though it's supposed to be doing that. So maybe I screwed up the OBS settings, or maybe it's a problem with Mednafen, or I don't know. But that's why it's doing that. I guess I should just explain the hazards of video recording and gameplay recording. Anyway, I'm actually not done with the Saturn version just yet. I've got a couple Maria videos that I'm going to upload, similar to the Richter mode videos. I don't know. I think I'm going to commentate the shorter one again, probably, because I don't think I can really talk about Maria. Maria mode in this game is more interesting than Richter mode, but I don't think I can necessarily talk about it for the length that I would need to talk about it in order to fill up the whole long Maria video that I have. But that's also very interesting. Maria mode in the Saturn version is arguably the most interesting thing in the Saturn version. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for that. Because it's very different than the Maria mode in the PSP version, and I'll be offering some opinions on which version of Maria I think is better, and on how Maria mode is balanced, how Maria mode compares to Richter mode. There's a lot to talk about. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope I didn't drift off topic too much. I think I did more than I did in my PS1 video, so I apologize for that, but I hope it wasn't too unbearable. You guys are great. You guys are the best. Anybody who's watching this, anybody who gets this far, you're the best.